Sir, it is indeed our great pleasure to host this very important webinar of, organized by NBA India. On this occasion, I welcome the chairman of the NBA, Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir. I also welcome uh, Professor Binay Kumar Pathak ji, Vice Chancellor, AKTU. I also welcome Sri Sunil Kumar Chaudhary, Special Secretary, Technical Education, Government of Uttar Pradesh. I also welcome Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan ji, formerly Deputy Director and Director in charge of IIT Chennai. I also welcome Professor R.V. Ranganath, BMS College of Engineering. And I also welcome Professor Vineet Kansalji, Pro Vice Chancellors, AKTU. Apart from that, I welcome all the directors, deans, faculty from Uttar Pradesh. Mostly participants today are from AKTU affiliated technical institutions. We believe that gradually the number will increase. More than 1,000 had been the registration, and now today we can see 238 are on Zoom platform and many more on the YouTube. Sir, this is the occasion which on which day we all together are talking on a common issue, that is the cause for quality of technical education. More particularly, this become important when National Policy of Education has given a vision that all institutions had to go for autonomous status in next 15-16 years time. So by 2035, the target of Government of India has fixed up. So achieving autonomy is a big and gigantic task, huge manpower and physical as well as financial resource will be needed for that. Keeping that in the mind, that the basis of accreditation is the outcome-based education, and to make institutions aware how to carry forward this mandate of the nation in a way so that all programs in in the country and more particularly in our state Uttar Pradesh can be accredited. Sir, TechCube 3 is equally concerned about the quality of education, and three issues we are addressing under TechCube 3: quality, equity, and access. Under TechCube 3, 50% identified programs in the focus institutions 1.1 has been targeted to become accredited during the project period by March, and I am happy to share with you that we have achieved a target of 47%. Regarding AKTU affiliated technical institutions who are not part of 1.1, around 1059 programs are there, and I'm happy to share that initial target of 5% and more than 50 programs has been accredited by AKTU by the sole efforts under TechUp 3. And during the last 7th State Steering Committee meeting, the government of India has given an advisory to us as well as to AKTU. So please take every effort so that this 5%, which has already become 5.92%, can become 10% during the project period. With all this, I will not take much of time, and I wish that Professor Vineet Kumar Kansalji, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor and he is the pioneer of carrying forward TechUp 3 in the affiliated institutions of AKTU, under his able guidance with the topmost leadership of Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, the Vice Chancellor, the TechUp 3 project are being taking a good step in AKTU affiliated institutions. And I would like that Professor Vineet Kansalji will share with us few words before we move forward. Over to Vineet Kansalji, Pro Vice Chancellor AKTU.
Thank you, Anilji. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to the Chairman NBA, Professor K.K. Agarwal sir, who has been a great guide, mentor, and teacher. And under his visionary leadership, we are achieving new heights. I also extend my sincere thanks and welcome to Professor Anil Kenasa ji, who has been, appearing probably first time to many of the institutions that the people would be seeing him. And he is a backbone of this accreditation of different UG and PG programs in the country. I also sincerely welcome all the dignitaries and the resource person who would be enlightening our institutions, faculty members for achieving this new heights. Now, for me, National Board of Accreditation and accreditation outcome-based education is a lifeline. It's a way of thinking, exploring, way of doing things, way of doing the academics in the new regime. When we are talking, we are the Vishwaguru, but it is only we say we are the Gushguru, or we follow the world-class norms which the people do aspire to become the Vishwaguru like us. And for that, we have to achieve the quality measures. And one of the important quality measures is to go through outcome-based education and to have this NBA accreditation for the courses, especially for engineering, pharmacy, etc. Our national education policy, which has been recently launched, is also talking about emphasizing the autonomy of education and autonomy of all the stakeholders, especially the way of extending education and the teachers, their autonomy of the educational institution, ease of doing the academic and make it interesting. Our students should be curious to know what is going on rather than simply following the rote practices. And as per the TQ3 mandate, we also, as Anilji said, we are also following this process. Under the able leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Pathakji, our university as an affiliating university and only affiliating university of the state made the mentor-mentee group. I am happy to share that 64 such groups have been made. And out of that, we could create a healthy competition among our engineering colleges, our institutions, our affiliating colleges. The colleges, you would be shocked to know that 1.5 years back, it was only around 28 programs which have been NBA accredited. After taking this baton, after taking this lead, after taking this initiative and creating a healthy competition among our institutions, now 60 plus UG programs are now NBA accredited. And because of this pandemic, there is a break. People could not, who have submitted their SAR and many more who could not submit, who do aspire to get NBA accreditation. But I'm sure once the things normalizes and we go and submit SARs and do our visits of NBA expert teams, more courses would be affiliated soon. But till then, we have to be patient. For quality work, we have to be patient and we have to work continuously. It cannot be done in a discrete manner. It's a continuous efforts. It's a team effort. If the effort of all the stakeholders, of all the team members, when we talk about our tier 2 institutions, it's the effort of our college management, the chairman, the secretary, the management board of governors, to the directors, faculty members, their placement team, their students, everyone is included in this part. And I'm sure with the mandate of TQ3 and with the mandate and the support of NBA, we would be achieving new heights and our more courses would be NBA accredited. I once again welcome the NBA leadership and the resource persons and our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vineet Kansalji. It is indeed our great pleasure that under your guidance and under the leadership of the Vice Chancellor, AKTU achieving greater heights. And we believe and hope, and we will be working in that direction also, that sometime AKTU, SPIU, and NBA can sit together and find out an enabling mechanism so that the process of accreditation can be made more faster and more motivational programs can be conducted for the institutions. Thank you very much, sir. Now we are with us, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathakji, Vice Chancellor, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. He does not require any introduction, except still I will say a few words about him. Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak जी, आप available हैं? No issue, sir. Probably he has not joined as yet. Whenever he will join, We will connect to him. Now we are with us Sri Sunil Kumar Chaudhary ji.
I would like to just share with my, leaderships of NBA team. He has been suffering from last 2 weeks. He's not on a good health, but he will try his best to join us in between.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We'll connect him the moment he will join. I heartily welcome Sri Sunil Kumar Chaudhary ji, Special Secretary, Technical Education, and under his able leadership, technical education is achieving greater heights. With the full support of the Technical Education Department of Government of Uttar Pradesh under leadership of the Special Secretary and Additional Chief Secretary, Madam Radha S. Chauhan ji, a new enabling mechanism is being taking place in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where not only the functional autonomy institutions are getting, but institutions are exploring new ideas with the support of the state government. Yesterday also with a detailed deliberation at the level of a Special Secretary, Technical Education, at the office of Sri Sunil Kumar Chaudhary ji. He is with us and we like to hear from him few words, sir, before we move on to the next dignitary. Sri Sunil Kumar Chaudhary, sir, Special Secretary, Technical Education. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anil. With a words of honor to Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman NBA, Dr. A.K. Nasa, Member Secretary NBA, Professor Kansal, Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan, Professor R.V. Rangnath, and of course, Professor V.K. Pathak, who is not here, but I think his blessings are with us. It gives me immense pleasure to share my views on this platform. Quality assurance in higher education is one of the most challenging aspects. However, over the last 2 decades, a number of factors have combined to challenge the traditional views about quality in higher education and how it can be assured. These factors have been elaborated by many commentators, individuals and organizations such as UNESCO and the World Bank, and have led to the making of quality assurance in the higher education, a central objective of governmental policies and an important steering mechanism in higher education system worldwide. Quality in higher education is not only a national concern, but has become an international issue through academic, political, and commercial developments associated with globalization, such as the rise of market forces in tertiary education and the emergence of global market for skilled professionals and graduates. Though the globalization of higher education national systems, qualification and individual higher education institution has become exposed to the wider world. This exposure has
सुनील सर आपका म्यूट हो गया है, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए प्लीज.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what I was expressing, the exposure has stimulated a demand for better information and transparency about quality and standards in order to attract and retain the students and staff, both national and international students, and to secure the recognition and qualification. Quality assurance in this central thrust in the progress of change in the technical education. And in this context, accreditation is a positive measure to create an enabling mechanism among the institution to go for NBA accreditation. In India, NBA is the national accreditation body for technical education. With signing the Washington Accord, it has mandatory for the Tier 1 institution to go for accreditation for their programs to enable them to accepted in signatories countries. Thus, accreditation of NBA helps higher educational institute to know its strength, weaknesses, and opportunities. NBA accreditation helps institute to get financial assistance for governmental agencies as well as private organizations. The accreditation gives higher learning institute a new sense of direction and identity. All concerned bodies, MHRD, AICTE, NBA, and universities are working toward the common goal of enhancing the number of accredited programs. I must thank to NBA for its initiative in organizing this awareness webinar on OBE with support from Uttar Pradesh State Project Implementation Unit and AKTU. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. It is indeed our great pleasure to hear you, and more particularly when you are talking about that state is creating an enabling mechanism for the NBA accreditation. Sir, I am happy that Professor Binay Kumar Pathak sir has already joined. So I already told that he does not require any introduction, except few lines I will say about him. He is the person, he is a visionary, he is a great leader, and under his leadership, AK2 has become the best performing tech institution in the country. AK2 is the only institution which achieved 5.9% of the programs accredited, and we believe in very short time it may go to 10%. A new target in a meeting has been given by Ministry of Education, Government of India. Over to Pathak sir.
Thank you, Anilji. Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Professor K.K. Agrawalji, who is the chairman of National Board of Accreditation and also our philosopher and mentor. I have learned a lot of things under his guidance. Honorable Sunil Chaudhary ji, the Special Secretary, one of the dynamic and the visionary Special Secretary we have in technical education. My Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Vineet Kansal ji, Anil ji, and all the other participants who have joined this awareness program of National Board of Accreditation. First, I want to thanks and I want to praise on record the dynamism of our SPA, Sri Anilji, who in spite of the pandemic is full of enthusiasm, and he has conducted battery of programs for all the institutes, including with AKTU. So I want to salute him under this from March to December, this 7 months when we have a pandemic. Still, we are continuing with a lot of programs. I think coming with the new education policy in place and looking into the quality of the engineering institute we have and having a question today to be answered by all of us, the engineering fraternity, that why the employability of engineers is less. We have got a Herculean task in front of us about how we have quality institutions and how we produce quality engineers. I think the NBA is one of the possibility which can benchmark our quality. Today, I want to discuss that along with Vineet Kansal, who has taken really as a Pro-Vice Chancellor a great task in front of us, having from last 1 year, Vineet, Sachin, and myself, we were trying to put the accreditation and have a mentor-mentee kind of a thing, where we are trying to mentor those institutions which lacks the quality, which wants to go for accreditation, and the institutes at the other side which has got the accreditation itself. So we are trying to mentor them. I think we got little success also, but it's a very, very long way to go in the accreditation kind of thing, especially when in the engineering institutions, the number of admissions in some disciplines have become very less. The quality of the faculty is not too much, and we in the Uttar Pradesh are not fulfilling, most of the institutions are not fulfilling the kind of the mandate or kind of the parameters we have. I think for the national NBA program or NBA kind of a thing, Professor Agarwal, who has seen it very closely, and he is one of the father of the kind of the engineering education, has established a lot of parameters and lot of benchmarks in the engineering education. I think the NBA has to also relook into the situation that these parameters we have to revisit. And the second important thing is that those institutions who have got the NBA themselves are, when they are evaluated afterwards, whether they are maintaining the same quality. So I always have got a point that now we have got lot of data, and we have got lot of things in the data sciences, and lot of new algorithms in artificial intelligence and data science have been evolved. So there is a need that, with the help of the data science and with help of the I think Professor Nasa is also there, who has made this NBA. I wanted to welcome him. I have not seen actually earlier him, so I want to welcome him also, Nasa sir. He has sent a benchmark in the NBA, because first the NBA was known for something else, but I think in the last uh, 5 years to 10 years, when he has taken over, in the country can say that NBA has done anything hanky panky, or any hanky panky thing is going in the NBA, which is, I think, a great contribution of him for the National Board of Accreditation. And I think the NBA ratings have got their values and have got their things. But I was putting in an idea that we receive lot of things that after the accreditation, the faculty is being kicked off, the professors have been kicked off, and these kind of information do come. I think they must be coming to Nasa sir and Agrawal sir also. So my thought about the NBA is that in the next era of accreditation, we should have some dynamic kind of an evaluation. Like, for example, when a faculty joins or when a faculty goes after the institute is accredited, he should put the data dynamically, and we should evaluate, uh, not only that we have given you a license of doing whatever you want to do for 5 years or 3 years. So no licensing for 5 years or 3 years. If you achieve, you are in an accreditation mode. You have to maintain the quality. If you don't maintain the quality, your NBA can be taken off immediately after some time if you don't maintain the quality. I think these kind of tools need to be developed. The monitoring tools are very much needed about the NBA institutions. That is what I am observing. That is what I am observing as a vice chancellor, that people take NBA as a one-time exercise. But to me, NBA is not a one-time exercise. NBA is a continuous, comprehensive quality consciousness, and it needs daily and monitoring from morning to evening, where our institute is trying to achieve or not. I think these tools are required. I know, I have visited NASA sir's office. I know single-handedly he is driving the things, and he needs lot of, uh, although he has got lot of energy, but he needs lot of tools, lot of people, lot of data analysts for such a great country and a big country. So coming back to the Uttar Pradesh, I feel that in the next 1 year, if NASA sir and Professor Agrawal will handhold us, we will try to increase the NBA accreditation. This workshop, which is going to happen today, which is on the initiative of NASA ji and Professor Agrawal, has got a long way and a long impact. But I think after this also, uh, our university, the state project implementation unit, which is responsible to bring the quality, we have to work some algorithms. We have to work hard to bring this National Board of Accreditation uh, to the institutions, and try to tell them, try to educate them, and try to handhold them to get this accreditation at place, or to maintain the standards of accreditation which is there at the place. Uh, Most of our faculty still, I think, does not know about the outcome-based education. They don't practice outcome-based education. Most of the people who are getting accreditation, because this is in-house, I want to confess that they take consultants, and they take the help of the consultant to just produce the papers and all other things. I think this is the time when we should imbibe all these good qualities of accreditation into our daily curriculum, into our daily practice, and that's need to be monitored both from NBA and the university on the daily basis of the accreditation. I think one more important thing which I really want to put is that the NBA, which is given by an agency, which is National Board of Accreditation, should also take the university in the loop, which is an affiliating, because the duty of the university of affiliation is also to maintain the standards. So if the university is also given on those documents, on those data, that they should monitor the colleges and give a report. We should not recommend that we should be giving accreditation or taking out the recommendation. But whatever the parameters NBA has said, if the we are given a mandate, the affiliating university, that they should give 1 month, 2 months results or 2 month progress report, whether on the basis of which the accreditation is given, it's being followed or not. I think it will also put a check and balance in the NBA kind of a thing. Uh, in the last, I want to say the next generation and the next 10 years are very, very important. I think I was reading an IBM reports which says that nobody knows that which skill, which branch of engineering will prevail in the next 10 years. So this next 10 years is the place when we have got artificial intelligence, deep learning, energy, and so what, so come the new kind of engineering. When I have taken 5 years back as a vice chancellor, the ratio of computer science, IT to other branches was 50-50. Today, after 5 years, when I have finished this counseling, it is 80-20. 80% is in the computer science and IT, 20% is in the rest of the engineering branches, which are known as golden branches like mechanical, civil, electronics, have hardly any admissions in the affiliated colleges. So I think the total shift in the paradigm of engineering is happening, and it will keep on happening. So there is a Herculean task in front of Professor Nasa and Professor Agrawal, how to manage these parameters of changing paradigm in the engineering education, because it's a concern and it's a challenge also, because we cannot change the perception of the students. The students have taken 80% CSIT branches. And only 20%, most of the affiliated branches, the mechanical is, I think, not filled even 50%. And the electrical is also not filled 50%. This is a truth which we have just observed 2 days back while we were analyzing the data. So in the changing scenario and with the new education policy in place, we have to introspect, NBA have to introspect, universities have to introspect, colleges have to introspect, all of the ecosystem of engineering education have to introspect to get new accreditation, to get new quality. And I think in the convergence of the university, the accrediting agencies, and the state project lead, UP is ready to lead. We need blessings of NASA ji and Professor Agrawal for all of this. And I think thanks to all, I think I have just come out of Corona, and including NASA sir has also come out of that pandemic. So we both are now COVID warriors. So he was also ill, but he has taken this initiative. Thanks to NASA ji, thanks to Professor Agrawal, and thanks to Anil ji for doing this. But we have got a Herculean task in front of us. I think we will be able together, we will be able to take out and put the UP in front, which is one of our vision in the accreditation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really feel proud when we told that we need to put UP in front, and I believe under your able leadership and with the support of the NBA, we can together can bring UP on the front so far as NBA accreditation is concerned. Sir, now we are with us Dr. Anil Kumar Nasaji. He also does not require any introduction, but still I would like to introduce him. Dr. Nasa is the member secretary of National Board of Accreditation. He is a bachelor's in textile chemistry from Textile Institute of Technological Institute of Textiles, Bhiwani, the master's in fiber science and technology, and PhD in technical education system and accreditation process from IIT Delhi. He served in different capacity in various textile industries. He joined Department of Higher Education Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India in 1990, and was working as Deputy Education Advisor before joining National Board of Accreditation as Member Secretary. Dr. Nasa has dealt with various important developmental schemes of technical education in Ministry of HRD, AICT, and has contributed significantly in the planning, formulation, and implementation of various schemes of technical education. He has been associated with the approval and accreditation of technical institutions programs at regional as well as national level in AICTE. He has more than 10 research papers to his credit in reputed national and international journals and national and international conferences. And I'm also happy to share that I had a great experience working with NASA Ji in AICTE, and only then after 19 years in a virtual mode we are together and moving forward to create an enabling mechanism for Uttar Pradesh with the blessings of Professor Agarwal and Dr. Nasaji. Over to Nasaji.
Thank you, Anilji. Honorable Chairman NBA, Professor K.K. Agrawal, sir. Honorable Special Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Anil Chaudhary ji. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Technical University, Lucknow, and my friend Professor Vinay Pathak ji, and Vice Chancellor Professor Vineet Kansal ji, and our mentors of outcome-based accreditation, Professor C.R. Muthu Krishnan sir and Ranganath ji. I welcome all of you, and I'm thankful to Professor Vinay Pathak ji and Anil Kumar ji for taking such an initiative during this pandemic situation. And we have been conducting these type of workshops. Yesterday we had with Rajasthan, and earlier we had in western and southern parts of the country. Our main aim is to spread the awareness on outcome-based education. So I see a number of participants, more than 411 around, that are present in the workshop, and others on the YouTube and other channels. First of all, I would like to thank all of them for sparing their time and for listening whole of the day on an important cause on outcome-based education, and that too on a Saturday, this a holiday. I'm thankful to RTU and SPIU and my office that they are working on Saturdays also, and for a noble cause of spreading the outcome-based accreditation. As Professor Vinay Pathaji told, that people are usually getting the accreditation certificates and forgetting their about and don't know much about outcome-based education. Yesterday, we were having a meeting, and our Honorable Chairman NBA informed, and now he will be addressing to us immediately after me, that during this pandemic, we have created an awareness amongst around 20,000 faculty members. So we want here to change the attitude of the faculty. We are not here to just get an accreditation. We are here for a quality improvement purpose. So everybody, as Vinay Pathak said, and yesterday our Honorable Chairman also said, that we have not to see the certificate. We have to continuously upgrade the quality of technical education in the country, and we will be definitely working with the UP Technical University and along with SPIU for further cause of down outcome-based accreditation. So that was the basic purpose of this webinar, that to spread the awareness amongst each faculty members. I would rather request all the faculty members to enroll in great numbers in such type of programs, and ask even their management also and the heads of the institutions also to attend these type of programs, so that you should really work hard to get the quality education, to give the quality education to the faculty, to the students. See, if in the institution itself, if you have a quality education, you will be able to get a good name in the society. See, we being in the government offices or in the universities or wherever, we are here for a limited period of time, but this institution belongs to you. If it is a private institution, if you get a good name, that is yours. If you get a bad name, that is also yours. So why not ask your faculty, motivate your faculty? We are always with you to motivate them, to facilitate on them regarding the outcome-based education, because the most of the NEP part talks about outcome-based education and accreditation, which we started in 2009 and 10. So that we will detail once I give a presentation. I will inform you. But the main purpose of this is to spread the awareness of outcome-based accreditation. And in this whole day workshop, will be honored by the inaugural address of our honorable chairman. After that, I'll give the prospect about the NBA accreditation process, the decision-making process, and Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir will give the basic philosophy on outcome-based education and accreditation. And then my friend Professor Ranganath will go through each and every criteria and sub-criteria, their evaluation, and what is expected from the institution in each sub-criteria. He will be detailing in his presentation on presenting of self-assessment report. So with these remarks, I thank the AKTU, the whole team of AKTU, especially Professor Vinay Pathak ji and Vineet Kansal ji, and SPIU, Dr. Anil Kumar ji, for giving us this opportunity of arranging this workshop, the awareness workshop on webinar on outcome-based education and accreditation. And I'm thankful to our Honorable Chairman, Sir Muthukrishnan sir, and Ranganath ji for sparing the time on Saturday in spite of their busy schedule. Thank you very much, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Over to you, Anil ji.
Thank you very much, Nasa Saab. Sir, you have very correctly told that you are creating an enabling mechanism for the quality, and quality is the only concern for the institutions, and institutions have to work hard to ensure the quality. For that, outcome-based education is the basis, without which nobody can even think of the quality. We'll hear more from you in your technical session. Now moving to Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir, the chairman of National Board of Accreditation. Professor Agarwal, sir, he is a face of engineering education in the country for the last 30-40 years. He does not need any introduction. Still, I'll share the statements shared by Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak about him, that he is the torch bearer for the engineering education in the country, and he is the person who has been involved in setting the country policy about the technical education and quality in technical education. Professor Agarwal obtained his bachelor's in engineering from Punjab University and master's degree from NIT Kurukshetra. Later, he did his PhD from NIT Kurukshetra after a distinguished service of 27 years at NIT Kurukshetra. Professor Agarwal served as the Pro Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambheswar University, Hisar, for a period of 3 years, and then he became the founder Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Inpas University, Delhi, for a period of 10 years. He was the person who set the tone of technical education in the state of Delhi, and continued guiding and giving the foundation of technical education for Delhi state for 10 years. He has been the president of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers for the session 2002-2004 and the president of Computer Society of India from 2007 to 2009. And he was also the president of South India Asia Regional Computer Confederation, CERC, from 2008 to 2010. Professor Agrawal has been associated with NBA in various capacity since the day NBA was formed and was chairman of EEAC Tier 2 before taking over as the chairman of the NBA on 14 January 2019. Over to Agrawal, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar, for the nice words. And it was a pleasure to hear Professor Vinay Pathak, Professor Vineet Kansal, and also the Special Secretary Technical Education, Mr. Sunil Chaudhary, at this inaugural function. Of course, Professor Nasa, Professor Muthukrishnan, and Professor Ranganath will be delivering at length about the proceedings of the workshop during the day. I'm deviating from what I wish to talk after hearing Professor Vinay Pathak at length. Friends, accreditation is a measure of the quality. There's no doubt about it. And in the new national policy of education, it has been specifically mentioned that accreditation will be the new norm of regulation. Why it has been mentioned is very important, because whenever an institution starts in this country, AICT gives approval almost on a green field, because you really don't have much to show. Similarly, the university has to give affiliation almost on a green field, because you don't have labs for 4 years and faculty for 4 years and so on and so forth. So therefore, university as well as AICT have no control except to believe you, believe that you will be doing whatever is expected to be done, and go ahead. It is only the process of accreditation which comes into picture after 2 of your batches have passed out. So that means total infrastructure is in place, total faculty is in place, library has been set up, all laboratories have been set up, placement has been done. So therefore, it's a much better quantitative and qualitative measure of quality of an institution. And that is probably the reason why National Policy of Education has put very categorically that the new norm of regulation will be accreditation, because that's a much more meaningful vertical. We have earlier done programs with the SPIU. I think Dr. Anil Kumar had organized a couple of programs where I had also come. The purpose was the same, to make the faculty aware of accreditation and quality outcome-based education. We conducted those programs face-to-face, and therefore we could train at a time 100 people, 200 people, so on and so forth. The advantage of online education, which has come to us by default, is that today you are talking to about 1,000 people for accreditation and outcome-based education. So this SPIU and AKTU have always been working very closely together, and that is something which pleases me the most, because the purpose of SPIU also has been quality all the time. As a matter of fact, SPIU or even NPIU in the country has been one forum which almost asked the colleges to get accreditation, to become autonomous. And this autonomy has come in new policy of education now, but NPIU stated a couple of years ago that the institutions must become autonomous. So not that things were moving in the vacuum. NPIU and SPIUs were working in that direction. And having had a personal knowledge of Professor Vinay Pathak and Professor Vineet Kansal, both of them are very dear to me professionally as well as personally. And I find that the state has been moving ahead on the parameters of quality in a big way. I fully appreciate the concerns of Professor Vinay Pathak, because accreditation is not a one-time exercise. If you get accreditation by hook or crook, and then start playing cheating on the system, then something has to be done about it. Of course, it was great to listen from him, because he has so many colleges under his domain, that the integrity and credibility of National Board of Accreditation has been very high with the dynamic working of our Dr. Anil Kumar Nasa. But having said that, integrity and credibility are not the only two parameters which take accreditation to a next level of quality. We have to be dynamic, we have to be changing, we have to bring in many new things. And that is where I appreciate Professor Pathak when he says that the process has to be dynamic, and I fully agree. He is also a person of computer science, so am I. And the rate of change is so fast in our technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, all these are so fast changing scenarios that any decision which takes us 2 years to take a decision is too slow a decision. We can't afford it. As a matter of fact, I was reading a article which says we must prepare ourselves for the future, because things are changing. And at the end of that 5-page article, the last sentence was, when you have finished reading these 5 pages, future has already passed yesterday. And therefore, things have to move much faster than what we ever think of. And I always remember a beautiful line in the book Alice in the Wonderland, which said, you will have to run very fast to stay where you are. Forget about moving ahead. Even if you want to maintain the same standards, you will have to run very fast. That's the requirement of the system. I was so happy today that Mr. Sunil Chaudhary was also lending his support from the government side, because when quality has to be introduced, quality has to be appreciated, whether it's a state government, whether it's AICT, whether it's a university, whether it's NBA, all have to work together in the same aim. I also fully appreciate that the university, because university is monitoring the colleges almost on daily basis. In some form or the other. When they conduct exam, they get enough amount of data. When they declare the results, they have enough of data. When they declare the best institutions under their university stars or whatever, they have enough data. When they make an institution autonomous, they have enough data. So therefore, we obviously will love to share the data. And as a matter of fact, I fully endorse the idea of the university and NBA working together. And maybe I suggest Professor Vineet Kansal is here. Professor Vinay Pathak may be taking rest because he has just recovered from COVID. I think both of you, because I'm taking the advantage of knowing both of you personally and having some rights over you, I think, can we prepare a proposal as to how the universities and NBA work together on a long term, so that that model then may become a national model for other universities also to follow if they so wish. I personally am never believing in forcing the things. We will leave it to other universities, but between AKTU and NBA, we can find out a model. Well, this is what you want in SAR. This is what we already have. We can give you. And this is what we can take from you, and so on and so forth. And number one, although I give you an accreditation for 3 years, but if you play cheat, I have a provision to withdraw it. I think that's a beautiful suggestion, because I have been saying in the lighter vein, we need not accredit consultants. We have to accredit the colleges. Now, this unfortunate trend that the consultants are preparing SARs, consultants are teaching the faculty. If this question is asked by the visiting team, this is the answer you have to give. Well, if that is happening, and it is happening, to what scale is a different matter, then we are not achieving something very great. Accreditation should flow out of the system by itself. And lastly, I would say, many of you would recall in the good old days of examination, when we used to have annual examinations, there used to be so much stress on the student for appearing in the annual exam that many of the students will be having sleepless 5 nights before the exam and so on and so forth. And many of them who were good students will perform bad under stress. And I don't want accreditation should go that way. Outcome-based education should become the norm. Accreditation should follow. Outcome-based education is a teaching learning strategy. It has really nothing to do with accreditation. Even if NBA would not have adopted outcome-based education, this is the modern philosophy of our teaching learning process. This is a different matter in that in this country, technical education started with outcome-based education, but ultimately outcome-based education will have to be for everybody. And the most beautiful part which I read about outcome-based education is, and it echoes very well with national education policy, that we need not bother too much about when and how. When should you be able to admit to be engineering? When can you be admitted into medicine? Secondary questions. How long will you take completing engineering is a secondary question. More important question is what is expected of you. And secondly, whether you have achieved it or not. And that is why those of you senior faculty who are here, the graduate attributes which we have defined for National Board of Accreditation, primarily on the basis of Washington Accord, we say you must be able to demonstrate engineering knowledge. You must be able to do problem analysis. You must be able to do design oblique development of solutions. You must be able to conduct investigation of complex problems, so on and so forth. So these are the attributes which we are looking for. And the entire purpose of accreditation is yes or no. Have you achieved these attributes or not? And therefore, to put it very summarily, I always say outcome-based education will be fully achieved if every teacher in technical education, after taking a class of 45 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour, is able to answer us or answer to himself or herself that these 55 minutes which I have spent with the students has enriched the class in terms of graduate attribute number 4, at least. So one graduate attribute at least must be accomplished to some extent after the class. And second test is when I set the question paper, even if I ask a question for three marks, I must be able to say when I'm asking this question for 3 marks, which is the graduate attribute I'm testing. If I am not testing any graduate attribute, then the examinations have no correlation with outcome-based education. And I'm sorry, this is happening at many places. And that is also one reason why I believe affiliating university and NBA should work together, because we are still living with affiliation system for another 10 years. Of course, by 2035, it will be completely over, but 2035 is 15 years away. And therefore, this if the question paper cannot reflect graduate attributes implicitly or explicitly, then the whole purpose of assessment by the university becomes totally different than the assessment by the evaluation team, which cannot stand the test of time. We must achieve convergence therein. And with these words, I believe Dr. Nasa, Professor Muthukrishnan, and Professor Ranganath, with all the experience they have with them, will guide you, which take you towards some of these objectives which I have enumerated in a simple fashion. And once again, I reiterate Dr. Vineet Kansal to have a detailed discussion with Professor Vinay Pathak, and let us have a model which we'll discuss in REC, and let AKTU and NBA start working together. I'm not bothered about the national model. And because my way of life is prove the success of a model and others will run to you. Don't force a model. So let us devise a model, prove the success of the model, and others will run to it. And I also, for example, just have an idea. If you get 620 marks and get accreditation for 3 years, and in the next cycle, if you get 605, why should I give you accreditation? You have gone down, you have not gone up. So that also has to be a parameter which we have to keep in mind, because continuous improvement is a very essential milestone of accreditation. How do we achieve that? So with this, I'm taking the liberty of, because AKTU is cooperating with us like anything, not only cooperating, is supporting, is collaborating. We would like to take this one step forward, and hopefully may give a model to the country of working together, because ultimately all these agencies have to work together for quality. Quality is not the prerogative of any of these agencies. Ultimately, it is the prerogative of the teacher. And that is why we are talking to 1,000 teachers. But then mechanism has to be evolved. So with these words, I wish all the participants who have logged on a Saturday, as Dr. Nasa said, indicates their interest in pursuance of quality. And that interest is a first prerequisite, which I am very happy about. I wish them all the best and great deliberations during the day. Thank you very much and all the best wishes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Before Anil starts, thank you, Chairman, sir, and we'll definitely cooperate, rather work together with Vineet Kansalji and Vinay Pathakji and take these things forward as has been suggested by Vinay Pathakji and seconded by you, sir. And definitely, as desired by you, we'll definitely work together with Vineet Kansalji and Pathakji, and we'll associate Dr. Anil Kumar also and work out a suitable model. Thank you for this suggestion, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Nasadi. Thank you, Agarwal sahab. Indeed, through these discussions, a good thing has come out of that on pilot project basis, a model to be developed by NB and university together, and we'll be happy to be the part of this great model, because we are concentrating fully on accreditation, either through AKTU or as independently. But once this is established, it will be definitely an enabling mechanism to make the accreditation faster. Sir, you have rightly told that accreditation has to flow from the institutional system, not through the consultant. And consultant and consultancy system of giving a guidance to the institution of accreditation has to go if India has to evolve as a quality education destination for the world. You have also rightly talked about that outcome-based education has to be the norm, and this has to transform into the accreditation. Now, with this few words about what Professor talked about, and his blessings are always with the institutions across the country and more particularly in Uttar Pradesh. Now I'll move to Professor Nasa ji. Professor Nasa, I've already talked about him. He the great leader, he's a great executor, he's a great policy planner, and under his able leadership, the credibility as well as the governance of NBA has been established across the country. And he'll be talking about today and guiding you about the NBA accreditation, its introduction, assessment methodology, guidelines, benefits, quality initiative, Washington Accord membership, and advantages of becoming the member of the Washington Accord, renewal of Washington Accord membership for every 6 years effective from June 2020, and NBA future plan for the see in the coming days ahead. Over to Nasadi.
Thank you, Anilji. I would request my office to load the presentation so that we can start the proceedings now. Sanvolji, are you in? प्रेजेंटेशन लोड कर दीजिए. अनिल जी, हेलो.
Yes, sir, please.
अनिल जी, आप शेयरिंग ब्लॉक नहीं की हुई है, उसको खोल दीजिए सो दैट प्रेजेंटेशन लोड की.
ओपन कर दिया है सर, ओपन कर दिया उसको.
ओके, बोलिए, इट इज ओपन नाउ. हेलो.
Yes, sir.
Can we move to the first slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Welcome you back, Honorable Chairman Saab and Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir, Bansal ji, Anil ji, और AKTU के सभी अधिकारीगण, the team which is working with them, and the NBA team. Welcome you back on the first session after the inaugural session. I would like to tell you something about NBA, which most of you know, but I'll take one slide about telling you about NBA. It was established in the year 1994 under Section 10U of AICTE Act. And initially it was based on mostly input-based parameters. And in 2004, the accreditation criteria were changed from mostly input to output-based parameters. And in 2007, we got our provisional membership of the Washington Accord. And accordingly, the Secretariat of the Washington Accord, IEA, deputed two mentors. They sent us two mentors to take us forward for getting the full membership of the Washington Accord. So those two mentors, one from Singapore, another one from USA, they visited India so many times, and decided they gave the recommendation that the authority which is dealing with the approval and the accreditation should be different. So keeping in view their recommendation, NBA was made an autonomous body in January 2010, but still it was under AICTE. But based on their further advice, in April 2013, the MOA and rules of NBA were amended to make it completely independent from AICTE administratively as well as financially. NBA is now totally independent in its functioning, that is decision making as well as financially, and it does not receive any grant either from the government or any regulatory body of higher and technical education. NBA, as Professor Agarwal sir, Chairman sir, has told you in the inaugural address, is committed towards credibility and the accountability and the transparency. So we believed in the principle the moment we joined, and Professor Agarwal is also associated with me during the moment I joined. He was, given in the introduction by Anil Kumarji, he was the chairman of EEAC Tier 2, and before being appointed as the chairman of NBA. So he has been associated with us since the beginning I joined, and we have been working on the principle of maintaining the credibility of the system of accreditation and the transparency and accountability of the system. So as far as credibility of the system is concerned, it lies, next slide, strength and credibility of accreditation process largely lies in the integrity, honesty, expertise, and professionalism of the evaluators, of the committee members, of the decision taking members. So this is where we had concentrated most on maintaining the credibility of the accreditation system. We, along with the chairman, we had taken very rigorous steps to have a good quality of evaluators, and that is how that, as has been told by everyone in this inaugural meeting, that we have maintained the credibility because these are the people who go and visit to the institutions. We in NBA, the officials of NBA, do not visit any institutions for the purpose of according accreditation. So these are basically the evaluators. We call them as the face of NBA. They are the people who maintain the credibility. So we have been very particular in selecting the pool of evaluators, and that is how we have been able to make the credibility of the system. And as far as the transparency is concerned, the visiting team report is discussed in the meeting of engineering accreditation committee in presence of all the team chairs. Suppose in a month 10 visits have taken place, so all the team chairs of 10 visits will be present in the EEAC meeting, and each team chair has a right to ask a question about the evaluation from the other team chair. It is basically not to find the faults in the evaluation process, but is to bring the uniformity in the process, and which gives further transparency in the process also. And the recommendations of this EAC are considered in the subcommittee of academic advisory committee, which is again chaired by the honorable chairman of NBA. So we have been totally transparent in our system, and to the extent that we send the copy of the report of the visiting team as it is to the institutions. We send simply a photocopy of the visiting team report to the institutions. And if there is any change in the decision between the visiting team and the decision making team, we also communicate the decision, why the reason why the decision has been changed, why the decision making committee has not accepted the recommendation of the visiting team. The reasons also are given to the institution. In addition, we have introduced 360-degree feedback also. The institution is supposed to give the feedback about team chair and evaluators. And similarly, team chair is also required to give feedback about the institution as well as the evaluators, and similarly for evaluators. So we have a 360-degree feedback. So I request all the institutions who are present here, the representatives of the various institutions, whenever the accreditation visit takes place, kindly send us the honest feedback of the system. It should not be biased, and do not say no. If you feel that you are not getting, so send some negative feedback, or you are getting that, then some positive feedback. You have to give totally unbiased, because we will be checking through our own sources whether the concern which has been raised by you or the appreciation raised by you is genuine or not. So I'll request all your representative of the various institutions to give us an honest feedback about the visit. Next slide, please. So the visit is usually taken place for 2.5 days. That is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday and Saturday they make visit to the institution, and Sunday they have an exit meeting with the management, with the head of the institution, the head of the departments, and faculty members, alumni, etc. They have discussions with them, and the exit meeting they give the strengths, weaknesses, deficiencies, and the concerns, if any, in the program or in the institution. They are shared by the visiting team with the management of the institution. And if you wish to withdraw from any accreditation program, from all the programs, or one program or two programs, depending on listening to the strengths and weaknesses of the program, you can withdraw, give it them in writing there itself once they are in the institutions. Once the team has left, your request will not be accepted for withdrawal from the accreditation process. So during this 2.5 day visit, the team has discussions with the head of the institution, dean, head of the department, member of the management, faculty member, alumni, students, and employers. So they have complete interaction, and we have a visiting time schedule, and that is being strictly followed by that. Before even 2.5 day visit, they meet in the hotel itself on a Thursday night to have a pre-visit meeting and share with each other the concerns of the various programs and the institutions. So, and they collect the data, they jot down the data, the evidences which are to be seen during the course of the visit. And all these arrangements are made by the NBA, the hotels, transportation, everything is TA, DA, everything is made by the NBA. Institution is not supposed to make any arrangement except providing them working lunch and tea once they are in the institutions. No social events or dinners for the visiting team. And nobody is supposed to go to that hotel where the institution is, where the team is staying. We have a very total, transparent, credible system. You are supposed to make only a arrangement, working lunch or and tea, coffee in the institutions. No gifts, no souvenirs, etc. are allowed during NBA visit. Next slide, please. For us, the accreditation in NBA is a process of quality assurance and improvement whereby a program in an approved institution is critically appraised to verify that the program continues to meet and or exceeds the norms and standards prescribed from regulator from time to time. So as Professor Pathak and Professor Agarwal, Chairman NBA, told that it is a process of continuous improvement, and the program should continue to meet or exceed the norms and standards prescribed by the regulator from time to time. And it is a kind of recognition that which indicates that a program fulfill the desired standards. Next.
नासा सर,
जी,
सॉरी फॉर इंटरप्शन सर, स्लाइड में कहीं कहीं ब्लैंक हो जा रहा है बीच बीच में, तो अगर अनशेयर करके फिर से शेयर कर ले तो स्लाइड बेटर हो जाएगा. पार्ट ऑफ स्लाइड बिकम्स डार्क.
डार्क
स्लाइड का हाँ, बीच बीच में हेडिंग डार्क हो जा रहा है, तो स्लाइड को अनशेयर करके फिर से शेयर कर ले तो.
अच्छा, सनमोल जी जरा करिए.
हाँ सरोज जी, आप जो शेयर कर रहे हैं अनशेयर कर दीजिए, फिर से शेयर कर दीजिए.
हाँ,
अभी भी आ रहा है, यू कैन कंटिन्यू.
ये मेरे ऑफिस से करा, बट आई एम एबल टू सी इट प्रॉपरली. आई डोंट नो.
यू कैन कंटिन्यू देन.
ऊपर कोई डार्क जो आ रहा है.
हाँ, ऊपर में भी, साइड में भी. हाँ.
इसको फुल स्केल पे कर दे के देख लीजिए जरा. और
फुल स्क्रीन पर ही है सर. ठीक है सर, कंटेंट दिखाई दे रहा है, यू कैन कंटिन्यू.
हाँ. So, but we will be sharing our presentation on our website also. So anybody, if he misses one or some component in this, so they will be able to see it in our website also. It's available. It will be available on our website.
Right. Sure, sir. Sure. Yeah, please move on, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So what is not the purpose of accreditation is that not to find faults with the institutions, but to assess the status and of the performance. So we do not believe in Inspector Raj or something like that, which terminology earlier it was used. We are there to find the status ante of the performance of the institutions. We are not here to find fault with the institutions, that in our institutions we used to do this, in your institution is this not like that, and all that. This is not the purpose of accreditation, and there should be no fear about the visit. They are all our friends. They on one time they are on other side of the table. Maybe the second day you will be on the other side of the table. So there is no such type of this that we are there as an inspectors or something like that. They are definitely fact-finding committees. So they find only what are the facts, what is the status ante of the institutions, and not finding the faults with the institution. And not to denigrate the working style of the institutions and its programs, but to provide a feedback on the strengths and weaknesses. Not to demarcate the boundaries of quality, but to offer a sensitizing process for continuous improvement in quality provisions. Not to select only institutions of national excellence, but to provide benchmark of excellence and identification of good practices. Next. Our general policy of accreditation is that programs and not the educational institutions are considered for accreditation. So I advise here all the institutions who are getting accreditation, they should not publicize that ABC College or XYZ College of Engineering is accredited by NBA. They should only write BE Mechanical Engineering or BE Electrical or Computer Science of ABC College is accredited by NBA. So that is the exact way of giving the certificate. So because we are not at all accrediting an institution, we are only accrediting the programs. So in your advertisements or on your website, write down that BE such and such program of this college is accredited by NBA. And the programs for which at least 2 batches of the students have graduated are considered for accreditation. Next. What is outcome-based education? I'll just give 3 points. Rest, I think our mentor, Dr. Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan will tell you more about that. But the basic philosophy here is that what the students need to learn, it is a student-centric learning and not what the teacher wants to teach. So this is based, the basic philosophy of outcome-based education is this, that what the student should demonstrate to the professional world after graduating from that program. And accordingly, it's the duty of the institutions, the university, to design both curricula and delivery mechanism, that is teaching strategies to build the required skills and competence. Next. So outcome-based education accreditation, they are based on the knowledge and competency profiles. There are 12 graduate attributes, as has been told by Chairman NBA, that these graduate attributes are given by the Washington Accord, because the education system in the world varies. We had a system of 10 plus 2 plus 4. Some institutes, some countries have 10 plus 1 plus 5. Some have 10 plus 3 plus 3. So there are variations in the world about the education system. So what it was decided is, let us have some common graduate attributes that a graduate should have once he graduates out from the Bachelor of Degree Engineering program. So these 12 graduate attributes are the engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design and development of solutions, investigation, modern tool usage, engineer and society, environment and sustainability, ethics, individual team and teamwork, communication, project management, and lifelong learning. So these are the 12 graduate attributes, and in world this has been named, and they're being provided by different names. That is, somebody called as a student learning outcomes. We call it as a program outcomes, graduate attributes, student learning outcomes, student outcomes. So there are different names given to these graduate attributes. The main focus is that these are the graduate attributes, whatever the nomenclature may be. Next. So the second advisory from the Washington Accord membership was that India is having a multi-layered, multi-complex technical education system in the country. On one hand, we have IITs, NITs, central universities, state government institutions, private institutions, private universities, and deemed universities. So we have a multiple set of the institutions in the country, which is not available in other parts of the world. So they suggested that we should divide these institutions into 2 categories, that is tier 1 category and tier 2 category. Tier 1 category is for those which are affiliated to technical institutions. And if a department of a constituent college is is following the same syllabus as that of an affiliated institution, then also this will come under tier 2 category. The basic philosophy behind autonomy is there should be fully autonomous to take decision in respect of their curricula and the examination system. So that's basically the autonomy structure. And yesterday there was a question, once an institution has got tier 1 status, that autonomous status in this year or maybe 1 year, can he apply for tier 1? No. The answer is the tier 1 application will be considered and once they have graduated at least one batch. which means that suppose they have got an accreditation, the autonomous status this year. So after 4 years, they will be eligible to apply under tier 1. And till that, they have to be continuously in under tier 2 type of a system. Next. So for both, we have 10 criteria. We use the same set of criteria for tier 1 and tier 2, but the weightage is given more depending on the type of the requirement. That is, in tier 2, we can see in that blue color, the program curriculum and teaching learning process is given more weightage in tier 2 type of category, and course outcomes and program outcomes are given more weightage in tier 1 category, and the student performance is given more weightage in tier 2 category, and the continuous improvement in tier 1. So both having 1000 marks, but the weightages in different type of categories is different, keeping in view the requirement, the status of those institutions. So though that there are 1000 marks, but the decision taking is also different for tier 1 and tier 2 category. For tier 1, we calculate the marks of this each criteria into grades. We convert them into the grades. They are known as Y, C, W, and D. Y is, we call it as a criteria which is fully compliant. The criteria should obtain marks 75% or above. And if the marks are between 60 to 75%, then it is called, the criteria is called C, that is criteria with some concerns. And if the marks are between 40 to 60%, the criteria is weak, that is W. And less than 40% is called deficiency, that is D. And we have changed our self-assessment report for postgraduate programs also. So here we had done away with our institutional level criteria as we had seen it earlier in the UG program. So this is of 500 marks. Next. So the award of accreditation for tier 1 is the full accreditation of 6 years is accorded to the programs on the fulfillment of the following requirements: that there should be no deficiency or weakness on any of the criteria, and at least 7 criteria must be fully compliant, with only concerns in the remaining area. So that means out of 10 criteria, 7 criteria should be Y, that is fully compliant, and the remaining will be only concerns. And there should be no D or W deficiency or weakness in any of the criteria. So 7, minimum 7 Ys and maximum 3 Cs for getting accreditation of 6 years. Then the number of available PhD should be greater than or equal to 30% of the required number of the faculty of the average academic year. Current academic year -1. The admission in the undergraduate program under consideration should be equal to 75%. And the admission at the overall institution level should be more than equal to 60% average over 3 academic years. That is academic year, current academic year -1 and -2. And the faculty student ratio for 6 years, we have recently changed it to 1:20. Earlier it was 1:15. So it has also been made as the faculty student ratio of current academic year 1 and -2. So it has been increased to 1:20 in order to encourage all the institutions to come forward and move toward excellence. The other condition is that at least 2 professors or 1 professor and 1 associate professor. The requirement is of 1 professor and 1 associate professor with PhD. And if they don't have any associate professor or they have 2 professors, they are considered for 6 years. And HOD of the program under consideration should possess PhD degree in the current academic year. So in the nutshell, Y shall be 7, greater than or equal to 7. W and D should be 0, and remaining 3 can be concerns. Next. So for 3 years, Y shall be greater than or equal to 4, and the admissions at the undergraduate program, the UG program under consideration should be more than or equal to 60%. So here I wish to inform, based on the various requests from various institutions, we had done away with the admissions at the institutional level for 3 years. So there is no requirement for undergraduate program to have admissions at the institutional level. It has been only made to the program level, as has been suggested earlier by Professor Vinay Pathak, that we had more admissions percentage in UG programs like computers and IT, remaining 20% only in the golden earlier golden branches. So they were not able to attract the students. So keeping in view the changing scenario, we have been always upgrading our systems, uh, and we have removed those institutional criteria and retained only the undergraduate program level to 60%. That too also including the lateral entry. Earlier, lateral entry was also not being considered, but we have, in order to encourage all those institutions to come forward for accreditation, we had introduced the lateral entry students also. So now we'll be calculating the admission percentage at the second year level. First year plus the lateral entry students. Suppose your intake is 100 and you have got admissions in the first year only the 30 students, and in the lateral entry another 30 students. So it will make 60 students, and you become eligible for applying. So in order to encourage more and more students, institutional level admission has been removed. Only the program level accreditation, which also includes the lateral entry scheme. At least 2 professors or 1 associate professor and 1 associate professor, the same as that of 6 years. And the faculty student ratio here is 1:25. But I still urge all the faculty members, all the representatives of various institutions to still maintain it at 1:20, because this is to take care of any vacancies or future vacancies which are coming. This is not to maintain 1:25. This is just an enabling help to the institution, so that they can take those steps in advance in case of any vacancies which are coming forward. For 6 years, it is definitely 1:20, but for 3 years, we consider them till 1:25. Next. The number of PhD in the department should be greater than equal to 20%. For 6 years, it was 30%. Here it is 20%. And HOD definitely should possess PhD degree. And in case of any D, the deficiency in any of the criteria, program is not considered for accreditation. Next. And if the program fails to meet the criteria for award of accreditation, the program is not considered for accreditation. Next. As far as the decision making in tier 2 is concerned, we do not convert them into grades. We can consider only the marks. And if the program has got 700, more than 750 or more marks out of 1000, and with minimum 60% in the mandatory field, that is criteria 4 and to 6, we consider them for accreditation for 6 years. And number of PhD faculty remains the same as that of tier 1, that is 30%. And the number of admissions at the undergraduate for 6 years, it is 75% and 50% here instead of 60% for tier 1 category. This is for 6 years only. Next slide. The faculty student ratio also for 6 years here, tier 2 is also 1:20, which has been raised from 1:15. At least 2 professor or 1 professor and 1 associate professor, the same as that of tier 1, and HOD should also possess PhD degree in the current academic year. Next. Accreditation for 3 years, program should score at least 600 marks and with at least 40% marks in criteria 5, that is faculty information and contributions. The admissions in the undergraduate program, here again, we have removed the cap of institutional level admission, and here we have made the conditions of admissions percentage to 50% in comparison to 60%, which was in tier 1. Here it is 50%. This also includes the lateral entry students in the second year. So our NBA is continuously upgrading its procedures and changing the criteria depending on the need of the country. because the scenario is changing. The more and more students are trying to get admissions in 2-3 branches. So we are also concentrating on the branches that that are much popular and which cannot do. So keeping that in view, we have removed this criteria of admissions at the institutional level. Here, the condition for getting 3 years accreditation is 1 professor or 1 associate professor. In tier 1, it was both 1 professor plus 1 associate professor. Here, it is 1 professor or 1 associate professor, but it should be with PhD degree available. Next, the student faculty ratio remains the same, that is 1:25, and the number of PhDs is also only 10%. Tier 1, it was 20%. Here it's only the tier 10%, but that too at the department level. We're not asking at the program level here. We're all asking this is the department level. So department level, we consider second year, third year, final year students of undergraduate plus 2 years of the PG programs they are running in the program and divided by the total number of the faculty appointed only for that particular department. Next, please. And if they fail to meet these criteria, the program is not not considered for accreditation. Next. For the postgraduate engineering, accreditation for 6 years is that they should get either 375%, 375 marks, that is 75%, same that of undergraduate, with 60% in each criteria. Here, so there are 5 criteria. And number of PhD available is the same as that of tier 1, that is 30%. Faculty student ratio is also same, that is 1:20. And the number of professors and associate professors is also same, that is 2 professor or 1 professor and 1 associate professor, having expertise in the domain under concentration. So here they should be in the respective domain. For example, structural engineering in civil engineering department, they should have 1 professor or 1 associate professor from structural engineering. Next. Next slide, please. Accreditation for 3 years is considered. Back, can you go back, please? For 3 years is with 60% marks, that is 300 with 50. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the program should get 60% marks, that is 300, and with 50% marks in criteria 5, that is faculty contribution. Because we have, as has been in the inaugural address, the basic contribution is of the faculty. That's what Professor Agarwal was also again and again mentioning, that we have to change that faculty. We have to change the attributes of the faculty. They are the backbone of the technical education, any education. But if the faculty takes pride in implementing anything, I think that is the core and the backbone. And if they are there, and the quality of they are doing their best, the quality of technical education definitely will go on improving and improving. So we have given more emphasis on faculty contributions. It includes faculty student ratio, faculty cadre ratio, the publications, and faculty appraisal systems, and the research, the consultancy, and all that. So I request all the faculty members to take part as many activities as they can. So at least the next condition is that at least 2 professors, that remains the same, and at least 2 faculty member having PhD qualification also is one of the condition. And the faculty student ratio remains 1:25 as that of tier 1 category for 3 years. Next slide, please. And if they don't meet these criteria, they are not considered for accreditation. Next. So we, 2-3 years back, we thought, based on the experience we received it from various institutions, and after seeing the reports, as has been suggested by Professor Vinay Pathakji and Professor K.K. Agrawalji, we had gone through our the reports of the various institutions and saw the progress, saw their data, and thought that we should have at least minimum qualifiers so that the time and the money they spend, we spend, the institution spend should be saved, because if they do not meet the minimum qualifier, they will not accreditation. So we had given this opportunity to the institutions themselves. These pre-qualifiers are available on our website. They should honestly fill this, satisfy themselves that they meet these criteria, then only they should give us 10% fee along with the pre-qualifier form, and submit them into NBA. So I'll urge all the faculty members, all the managements and the heads of the institutions to go through these pre-qualifiers, satisfy themselves that they meet, then only they should apply, that they meet the qualifiers, and submit only the 10% of the fee. And the remaining 90% fee is taken only once the self-assessment report is, these pre-qualifiers are approved and self-assessment report is being loaded on the website, on the login credentials. These pre-qualifiers are very simple. Whether the vision, mission, and PEOs are stated in the prospectus and the website. Why this has been put? If you have not put it in on your website or in the prospectus, you should start putting it on, so that each and every stakeholder of the program of the institution should know what they are going to have. What is the vision of the institution? What is the vision of the department? What is the mission? And what is the program or education objective? Every student, every stakeholder, every faculty members, industry, everybody should come to know. If you have not done it, you start doing it right now. So whether approval of AICT for the programs under consideration has been obtained, sorry, and whether admissions at the undergraduate is equal to 50%, as already told you, it's no admissions at the program institutional level, only at the program level, that is 50%, which includes the lateral entry also. Next slide. Whether faculty student ratio is 1:25, and whether one professor or one associate professor is available, and number of PhD in the department, and the required is 10%, the required number of faculty, and whether two batches have passed out. So if you see, these are very simple format. This is a very simple format. You calculate, satisfy yourself that you meet these qualifiers, and then you can apply yes for accreditation. Next slide, please. And similarly, we had for tier 1 institutions, the only change is that tier 1 institutions, they definitely they may or may not require the approval of AICT. Those who don't require AICT approval, they should have the approval from UGC or BOG of the universities and deemed university, etc. Whosoever is the controlling authority, they should get the approval. And the admissions here, instead of 50%, is 60% of that of a program only, not the institutional level. And the faculty student ratio is 1:25, as has been told. This remains the same. Next. All the qualifiers remains the same. Here the two professors, as I told you, two professor or one professor and one associate professor. And PhD here, the requirement is 20% and two batches. And HOD here, the condition, one additional condition is that HOD should possess PhD for the program under consideration. So these are the pre-qualifiers for tier 1. Next. So for postgraduate program, whether corresponding undergraduate program is accredited by NBA, and if it is not, then we do not consider. And in case of tier 1, where the corresponding undergraduate program has been granted at least 3 compliance out of 9 criteria. Earlier, we used to have 9 criteria. If they have 3 criteria fully compliant, or 4 criteria out of 10 criteria, then they are considered for accreditation. And for tier 2 institutions, it is 650 marks out of 1,000. And the other condition is that whether at least 2 professors, that's the same as that of a tier 1 program, available in the respective department. Next. And whether the department have at least 2 faculty members having PhD qualification, and the faculty student ratio is 1:25, as that of tier 1 program. These are the pre-qualifiers for postgraduate programs. Next. In addition, these are the guidelines of the faculty. We have been receiving so many queries about how to calculate the faculty, how to really count the faculty members. So we had given these guidelines, and it is available on our website also. The faculty will be counted in the respective year if the faculty has joined on or before 31st August of the same year and continued till 30th April of the subsequent year. So this is for the current academic year. If you are calculating the faculty for 1920, so they should have joined before 31st of August, on 31st August or before 31st 2019. And if they have left, they should have left after 30th of April in the subsequent year. But for the year 2021, we have changed this 31st August to 31st of December, because there are so many institutions, there are so many state governments where the admissions have not taken place, the admissions are now taking place, examinations were not held because of the COVID. We had given this time, we had already changed, seeing the scenario, to 31st of December this year. So the faculty which will be appointed till 31st of December will be calculated for the academic year 2021. And the first next academic year, that is current academic year, will start from 1st January 2021. So that most of the state governments and every institutions, every university have been able to complete their admission process, the faculty recruitment process. This is only for this year, that is 2021, not for previous year. Previous year will remain as that of 31st August, but for 2021, the academic year will start from 1st of January. This is for 1 year only. The remaining will remain the same as that, as is written in this slide. So all the faculty members, whether regular or contractual, will be considered. The contractual faculty, doing away with the terminology of visiting or adjunct faculty whatsoever, who have taught for 2 consecutive semesters in the corresponding academic year on regular basis, shall be considered for purpose of calculation of the student ratio. So the only condition is they should be on the full-time basis. They should have taught for 2 consecutive semesters, and they should have gone through an appropriate process of selection, and records of the same shall be made available to the visiting team during the NBA inspection. They should have the AICT prescribed qualification and experience. So this is ensured that we will consider those who are worked for 2 consecutive semesters and are working on a full-time basis. Next. The available and the required number of PhD department will be calculated on the average basis of the previous 2 academic years, including the current academic year. The available and required number of PhD in the department shall be truncated to its nearest lower integer. And if a member of regular or a contractual faculty is designated as a lecturer, even though holding an MTech degree, the same will not be counted against the faculty requirements. And in the disciplines like PGD, MBA or PGDM, or specialized area like biotechnology or MBA IT, MBA finance or something like that, the qualifications relevant and purposeful of those disciplines need to be considered in addition to the MTech or MBA or PGDM degrees. Those programs which require the specialist in that particular specialization will be definitely considered under for the calculation of the faculty purpose. There is no age limit for consideration of the emeritus professor as long as they are physically fit to take classes and engage with students and are employed on a regular full-time basis. I repeat, they should be only employed on a full-time basis. We don't consider the age, but if they come only for taking 1 lecture or 2 lectures, they will not be considered. So the contractual faculty, because the state government is also here, SPIU is also here. So kindly take note of these, those faculty members which are there for 2 consecutive semesters and also employed on a regular basis. And we do not consider the age of emeritus faculty member. and they should be on full-time basis, not on hourly basis. I'll request the state government being present here that they should consider these aspects for getting benefit of accreditation to various institutions under their jurisdiction. Academic year is considered from July to June. Next. So if the SAR is submitted before 30th September, then the CAY will be of the previous year. And if the SAR is submitted after 30th September, then the CAY will be running academic year. But for this year, 2021, it will be 31st December. Because I told you the reason, because of the COVID, admissions have not taken place in time. So we had taken this step that the current academic year, we will start counting from 1st of January this year instead of 1st of October. So till 1st of December, everything will be in the previous year. And from 1st January, the current academic year starts. Next, please. So in nutshell, the student faculty ratio required by NBA is UG engineering program tier 1 and tier 2, 25:1 for 3 years. Here I once again request the state governments and the representative, management representatives and the heads of the institutions, kindly do not try to maintain the ratio of 1:25. Try to maintain it is to 1:20. This 25 is only for enabling the institutions to get accreditation for 3 years in case of the vacancies, so that they can fill those posts in a stipulated time. So this is only to take care of the leave vacancies and all that. But the advisable is 1:20. We cannot strictly enforce 1:20. Suppose there are 1 or 2 vacancies, the program will not get any accreditation. So this is in order to facilitate those programs, those institutions, that they should go up to 1:, we can consider up to 1:25, but the required number is still 1:20. All our calculations are based on 1:20, not 1:25. Similarly, for PG engineering program, because we consider that as a department, so it remains the same for 1:20 for 3 years and 15 for 20 for 6 years. Diploma engineering program is 1:30, because there also the requirement is 1:25. This is also in order to take care of any vacancies, etc. We will consider up to 30. The otherwise requirement is 1:25. So PG management program is 1:25 for 3 years, and here it remains 1:15. Maybe in the next board meeting we will also consider this. If the management board agrees, we will review that 6 years 1:15. But till now it is 1:25 for 3 years and 1:15 for 6 years. We had changed it in engineering program, but for the management program we have not taken it. We'll definitely go for it, and if the board agrees, we will revise this. Till then, it will remains at 1:15. The undergraduate pharmacy is 1:20 for 3 years, because the requirement here is 1:15, not 1:20. So it's 3 years up to 1:20 we consider. For 6 years it is 1:15. Next, please. So earlier, what used to happen was the institutions, whenever they felt they were coming to NBA, a program which was accredited in 2007, that program will come in 2013 or maybe 18. So there was no consistency, no continuity in the accreditation status of that particular program. So in order to bring that continuity in the assessment and the accreditation status of the program, we incepted the system of compliance report, which is evaluated and then given further accreditation for 3 years. So this compliance report is based on the report of the earlier visiting team. The visiting team here, it goes for a day, not for 3 days, because we do not want to give more and more problems to the institution. It's a very simple compliance report for format, but the visiting team evaluates that. It goes for the visit for a 1 day, This is a 2-member team only that goes to the institutions, verify the compliance, and see that you also meet the minimum qualifier available, the applicable at that particular time. If you meet those pre-qualifiers and the compliance is good, the program is considered for another 3 years. But I would like all the institutions to go for excellence and try to get accreditation of 6 years, because we had changed the problem where we were facing is they were not able to attract good faculty members and have a ratio of 1:50. So we have changed that into 1:20. So I want the good institutions, they should try to excel and get accreditation for full accreditation for 6 years. Next, please. So in addition, I would just like to inform you that there is another exercise, that is National Ranking, Institutional Ranking Framework, that is NIRF. I would like to inform you that the registration for India Ranking 2021 has been started from 1st of December. So I repeat, the ranking registration for NIRF ranking has been started from 1st of December. Those who have already participated in the earlier rankings, that is 2020 or before, mail ID of nodal officers, and if they have not received it, they can contact NIRF, and those institutions which have not participated in earlier rankings, they can visit our website on nirfindia.org, register themselves. And if you face any difficulty, the contact numbers are given there, the helpline numbers are also given in the website. You can contact them, and in case of further any difficulty, you can write it to me, I will get back to you. So I'll request all your institutions, all the institutions representatives who are present here, to actively participate in NIIF ranking. I want the people from North India also to really excel and participate, because NIRF is not basically your own performance. It is a comparative status of your institution with respect to other institutions. So I will request all the you to participate in institutions, whether you get rank or not, but you will know what are your strengths and weaknesses, which criteria you are lacking, why you are lacking, and what steps you should take to come into the ranking numbers. I am happy to share that this year, I think 5 to 10 institutions from Uttar Pradesh have figured in the India rankings in engineering discipline. But I would like more and more. I know there are so many good institutions in Uttar Pradesh. I would like all these institutions to participate fully in the NIRF ranking, so that you should try to compete with each other. And once it will galvanize our efforts to excel into the system of technical education. With these remarks, I thank all of you for carefully listening to me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Anil Kumar ji. Hello. Am I audible?
Sir, thank you very much, sir.
Anil ji, I am seeing there are so many requests for sharing this PPT. I wish
Yes.
to inform you that this is already available on our website, and with all the workshops which we have been convening, and today's workshop also, this will also be uploaded on our website. And our presentation is similar, so they can refer to our websites. Each presentation given by Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan sir and Professor Rangnath ji and mine, they are already available on our website. I'll request each of the participants to kindly visit our website to see our presentations also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, you have taken a very onerous task to make the institution and the faculty understand the various requirements of a NBA accreditation and the process what they are required to follow and the compliances what required to be made against each of the criteria. Now moving to uh, Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan, who will be taking the session on methods of assessment and evaluation, assessment tools, assessment for POs and PSOs, PEOs and COs, and thoughts on closing loop for continuous improvement. Regarding Professor Muthu Krishnan, I like to share that he is the consulting advisor to CEO TCS, a former deputy director and director in charge of IIT Madras, and has been professor of computer science and engineering at IIT Madras in his career spanning over 40 years. He has guided 30 research scholars for PhD and MS degrees and over 300 students for BTech and MTech projects. Many of his students are holding very top positions in academia and a reputed company globally, and many as entrepreneurs have created startups and developed them successfully. He is actively engaged in accreditation work for NBA and NAC for about 5 years. He consults for academic institutions and industry. A chair in computational brain research has been established in 2016 at IIT Madras by K.S. Gopalakrishnan, his former student and co-founder for Infosys Limited. He is a BTech Honors President Prize awardee for General Proficiency from IIT Madras, MTech and PhD from IIT Kanpur. Now over to the great luminary, Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan ji, who has been visionary, a great teacher, a great philosopher, guiding the institutions and the faculty about the quality to be inculcated not only in the institutions, in day-to-day functioning of the institution and program of the institutions. Over to Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan ji.
Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, very clearly.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Anil Kumar ji. You have spoken very highly of me. I'm very grateful to you. I hope with this presentation, I live up to the expectations that you have created. I'm starting at about 11:30. I have 15 minutes. I'll try to complete by 12:25. Question answer can be after Professor Ranganath's presentation towards the closing session, when Dr. will be joining us again. I have a PPT. I hope all of you can see the PPT. The PPT is already posted on the NBA website, and I can also share it by sending by email to Professor Anil Kumar. The purpose of my presentation is to provide the basic idea, the concepts and the idea behind outcome-based education, so that with a good understanding, all of us as teachers can implement outcome-based education, not only the teachers of courses in various colleges, but also designing the curriculum and in carrying out student assessment in the courses and so on. So in teaching, learning, and assessment, outcome-based education as a basic model has a lot of scope to implement and bring improvements, and it is that I want to communicate to you. Okay. So I'll start with 4 key questions about outcome-based education. The first question is, what do we want our students to be able to do when they graduate, when they acquire the degree? We have requirements for the degree. They have to take the different courses, electives, open electives, projects, and so on. And there's also some co-curricular and extracurricular activities. But when they complete all the 8 semesters successfully as per the regulations and qualify for the degree, they are prepared to enter a profession and take up a job and a career. So at that stage, what we want our students to be able to do, to be able to perform. So these are stated by program outcomes. They are actually synonymous with graduate attributes, which Professor Agarwal, NBA chairman, also mentioned. And second, how can we help our students to achieve these program outcomes? Because this stating program outcomes is only saying what we want our students to be able to do, but they must actually realize it. So that is the second part, and that is done through curriculum, courses, teaching, learning, and assessment of homework, internal examination, project work, and so on, internship, and so on. So every one of these courses will also have some course outcomes. That is important. We have to state with each course, what do we expect the students who have successfully completed that course, what can they do with what they have learned? All right. So the emphasis on being able to demonstrate, on show or perform the course outcomes. So these are the two main things: program outcomes and course outcomes. Program outcomes is for the entire program. Course outcome is for each of the courses that the students take up and successfully do in the curriculum. How do we know whether our students have achieved the course outcomes and the program outcomes? Because we have to confirm that our courses, they have actually absorb the course outcome. Similarly, when they are ready to get the degree, that they have equipped themselves with the program outcomes. So how do we do that? For this, we have to assess the attainment of course outcomes and program outcomes. Okay, that is measurement of the purpose. The purpose is program outcomes and course outcomes, but we have to measure them. How do we close the loop for further improvement? Having assessed the attainment of course outcome and program outcome, how do we bring in improvements? The improvements can be in many respects. It can be in teaching, learning a course. It can be in adding something to your course, or it can be introducing new courses. It can be introducing changing the assessment, the examination pattern, assessment of students, and so on. So there are many opportunities for improvements that must follow from the assessment of the attainment of outcomes. This diagram shows a picture model of the OBE system. The diagram is to be understood from left to right and top to bottom. So we have the vision for the institution, mission for the institution, also for the department where the program is situated. We are talking about quality with respect to programs, not the entire institution. So vision and mission of the institute, and also vision and mission of the department. Then we have what are called program educational objectives, PEOs. PEOs are, note that the O is an objective here, not outcome. Okay, then from these three things, we go to program outcomes and course outcomes. Program outcomes have already been mentioned. It has also been given by NBA as per the Washington Accord. There are 12 outcomes. Of course, you have the facility to add one or two additional outcomes, which will be called program specific outcomes, PSO. Okay, and every course through which the program is implemented will have course outcomes. Then we go to the measurement of the measurement methods, because at the end of a course, those who have completed the course successfully for the students, we have to measure or assess the attainment of course outcomes. This is different from the students who have successfully completed the course getting marks and grades. That is important, but we have to derive from those marks and grades how well they have attained the course outcomes. All right. And then, of course, when they complete all the course and become eligible for the degree, we have to measure the program outcomes. These measurements, we need some assessment criteria because every measurement we have to have a reference point with respect to which we will compare it and say, okay, we are above the reference level or we are below the reference level, and so on, so on. Then based on those results and analysis, we must identify some suitable actions for improvement, implement them, and realize those improvements. The improvements can be in terms of curriculum, in terms of teaching learning, it can be in terms of assessment, it can also be in terms of improvements to the PSOs and so on, or some course outcomes and so on. All right, so this is a broad diagram. Any quality system will be on this pattern. Some specifications, some measurements, and based on the measurements, some analysis and some possible improvements. So this is a quality system, and accreditation only evaluates this quality system, but you have to implement the quality system as part of your academic efforts, academic system, academic model, okay? All right. I will briefly talk about program educational objectives, only 2 slides, this one and the next one. And then I will move on to program outcomes and course outcomes in my presentation. These program educational objectives are broad statements that describe the career and professional achievements that the program is preparing the graduates to achieve in the first few years after graduation. So when your graduates are awarded the degree at that point, at the end of 8th semester, graduation day, convocation day, whatever it is, at that point, this PEO will describe what they are equipped to do. What is it that they can proceed with further? It could be a job in industry, it could be a academic career, it could be higher studies. There are many possibilities. So PEOs will be broad statements saying what they are prepared for. And this is in the first few years after graduation. Subsequently, the few means 3 or 4 years. Beyond that, the graduates may diversify even much more. So we focus only on the first few years when we state the PEOs. These PEOs are generally measured by indirectly by interaction with the industry persons or higher education institutes and alumni, by interaction, by surveys and questionnaires and so on. That is a method by which we find out whether our PEOs are actually being realized or being utilized in the field by our graduates. Here is an example of PEO for aeronautical engineering. I'll show only one example for many cases. So there are 4 PEOs stated, PEO 1, 2, 3, 4. PEO1 says our graduates will have successful professional career in government, academy, in industry, government, academia, and military as innovative engineers. So this says that they can work in a variety of segments, right? Industry, government, academia, and so on. Now, and also services, Air Force, whatever it is, okay? As innovative engineers, so we do stress here in the PEO1 that they will be prepared with some ability to do innovation in whatever job, whatever task they are engaged in. PEO2, our graduates will be successful in solving engineering problems in the life cycle of aircraft systems. So they'll be able to solve engineering problems, identify engineering problems and solve. This could be maintenance problems, these could be design problems, these could be troubleshooting problems, whatever it is. Okay. Our graduates will continue to learn and advance their career through activities such as participation in professional organizations, attaining professional certification, and seeking higher education. So not all of them, but many of them may also become members of professional organizations like Aeronautical Society of India, many other societies. They will attain professional certification, or they may seek higher education, for example, in avionics, so many other fields and so on. Sometimes it could be also management studies. Our graduates will be active members ready to serve society nationally and internationally in a global sense. So they can they will be adequately prepared to work anywhere in the world. All right. So that means our programs will make them competitive for engagement in any part of the world, in any country, and so on. So these are the 4 PEOs. You note that the PEOs are about what graduates may do after they graduate. Okay. Now, why are we interested in PEO? I think it's important to ask, because if we state PEOs, then it is useful for many different people. For example, employers who come to your campus to recruit, or um, or organizations which design PG programs for aeronautical engineering. All right, they can use these PEOs, for example, or students and parents who are looking to join the aeronautical engineering program. They'll get an idea of what this program is about, what it is helping students to prepare for. It could be used by society in general. Therefore, the purpose of this PEO, and also stating by through interviews and questionnaires and surveys and so on, how well we are meeting them, helps many stakeholders to understand what this program is about. Students, prospective students, parents, employers, industry segments, government, and so on and so on. So that is why we are interested in stating these. You would notice that prior to the OBE, we were not writing such explicit statements. Some institutions, some programs we have done, but in general, it was not a standard feature of all programs in engineering. Okay, now I will talk about program outcomes. This has also been mentioned by Chairman NBA and also very briefly by Dr. Nasa. These program outcomes are given by Washington, as per a Washington Accord by NBA. It is followed by all the member countries of Washington Accord. Okay, which is why any institution accredited under Washington Accord is considered substantially equivalent to programs on the same discipline by in any other member country. So these are the 12 program outcomes. I'm showing 5 in this. There are 7 more. Now, I will quickly go through these program outcomes. You have to go through them and understand. The first one is on engineering knowledge, being able to apply. Note the word apply. Knowledge of mathematics, science, and engineering fundamentals, and an engineering specialization like communication or mechanical or aeronautics and so on, to the solution of complex engineering problems. The word complex, adjective complex, is important. Professor Ranganath will spend a little bit more time on that. I will also touch upon it later as we go along. Then second is problem analysis, to identify and formulate problems, to elaborate a problem by using relevant information from literature, analyze the problems and bring conclusions, right? Using, of course, principles, mathematics, engineering science, and natural sciences. To give you a concrete example, in electrical circuit analysis or power system analysis will come under this category, this ability, this attribute or this outcome. Design and development of solutions. Design solutions for, again, complex engineering problems. So we have to design components and so on. For example, if you take civil engineering, the design may involve designing a structure, all right, or designing some aspect of a building, designing a foundation, and so on. Conduct investigations of complex problems. To be able to go into complex problems and analyze it and simplify it in terms of smaller parts to be tackled and so on. Okay, so this will involve designing experiments and interpretation of results produced by experiments and so on. Then modern tool usage. Every engineer should be able to use some modern tools. For example, structure analysis tools, design tools, or even tools for engineering drawing, to produce engineering documentation, or to do project management and so on. So these are the 5 core attributes of engineering. In this slide, we have 3 other program outcomes. Engineer and society. Our graduates must be sensitive, must be able to connect with the society in terms of health, safety regulations, and so on. In other words, whatever work they do must also be sensitive to the societal aspects and requirements in terms of engineering. Then the seventh one is environment and sustainability, very important. For example, there's a concept called product life cycle. So when the product or is to be retired from further use, what do we do with the residue? Do we recycle it? Do we reuse it, or by reprocessing, or do we have to reduce it to a minimum and so on? Okay, so ethics. All engineers must be sensitive to ethical principles in terms of their professional practice. For example, even if you take medical field, doctors take what is called an Hippocratic oath, okay, which means they will keep the interest of the patient uppermost in mind when they follow the profession. All right. Similarly, every professional society has a code of conduct. Society of Civil Engineers, Society of Mechanical Engineers, and so on. They have code of conduct. So our students must be aware of this code of conduct, and they must be equipped, sensitized to follow them when they take up further work as a job or a profession, whatever it is. Then the last four program outcomes, 9, 10, 11, 12, individual and teamwork. In the field, people always work in teams, all right? So they must be able to connect with other individuals, contribute as an individuals, but also understand other individuals, play complementary roles and so on. Communication. Communicate effectively on complex engineering activities. So be able to present their work in writing, in speaking, use notation, use proper documentation and so on. And be able to listen and answer questions. Many times engineers have to listen to understand what the problem is. Project management and finance, every activity, even as an academic faculty member, we carry out projects. There are resources to be used, finance and other resources, facilities, etc. And how do we manage this? How do we make ourselves accountable? How do we present what the progress of a project and so on? And finally, lifelong learning. When a graduate starts, he is ready to start, but his learning does not end. There is learning has to continue because there are new fields, new areas, and depending on the nature of the work, he may want to emphasize some things that he has already learned and so on. So continuous lifelong learning he must be equipped for. So these are the program outcomes. Now, how do we assess these program outcomes? Stating the program outcomes will only tell what our learners, students are equipped when they successfully complete. In OBE, outcome-based education model, all outcomes have to be measurable. We have to quantify them, all right? They have to be measured and calculated to understand how well the program is preparing our students, and also to identify improvements that we can bring about in terms of changes to courses, curriculum revision, teaching, learning, assessment of students, and so on. Program outcomes have to be measured every academic year for the graduating batch. All right. Every time a batch goes out, we have to see how well this batch of students who are successfully meeting all the requirements, fulfilling the requirements for the degree and earning the degree, how well they have achieved the program outcomes. So they have to be measured. And POs, of course, are realized by curriculum, teaching, learning, and examination of students, performance of students, and also to some extent through co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Now, assessment of POs. As program outcomes are realized through curriculum implementation primarily, we need to first look at the courses of the curriculum and the outcomes of the courses. So it is by measuring course outcome and using these measured course outcomes in connection with the program outcomes, we can measure the program outcomes. So it's a bottom-up approach. All right, from the course measurement, we go to the program outcome measurement. From the attainment of COs for all the course of the program, we can calculate the attainment of POs. Thus, the attainment of outcome calculation is bottom-up. First, the COs, and then from the COs to the POs. Note that, however, curriculum design could be top-down. We might start with the PO and design a curriculum. But very often we are in the midst of a already ongoing process. We are not starting afresh. And therefore, we have to map the existing curriculum that we are practicing, particularly tier 2 institutions who are following a university curriculum, in terms of course outcomes, and then connect them with program outcomes and proceed from there. Okay, this I'll explain this as we go along. Okay. Now let's briefly look at the NBA score. I'm showing only this first 7 criteria. This is also being shown by NASA, and Professor Ranganath will be revisiting this because the SAR, self-assessment report, is actually structured on 10 criteria. And the 10 criteria is also followed when the evaluation, the NBA committee visits your college to give the scoring and so on. So my focus is on criteria 2, 3, and to some extent 7. Vision, mission, and PEOs I've already covered, 50 marks. That is mainly stating them and making sure that they're consistent and also disseminating them to all the stakeholders. Then I will be mainly talking about 2 and 3 and to some extent about criteria 7. All the criteria will be addressed by Professor Ranganath in his presentation. So now we move to course outcomes. Course outcomes, as already mentioned, is also known as learning outcomes, student outcomes, etc. in different contexts. But NBA uses the terminology course outcome. So given a curriculum, which is the practical case, we are not starting afresh, actually, new. So the curriculum consists of courses and syllabi also, and the overall structure, electives, open electives, professional core, professional electives, and so on, employability courses and so on. So we have the following things for each course: LTPC, lectures, tutorials, practicals, credits, textbooks, reference books, and also some question bank. Sometimes these questions may be there in the textbook itself, or we might also, as a teacher, we might have from previous university exams and other sources, question banks. All right. So implementing a course involves teaching according to a timetable, learning, including practicals and assessment, quiz, internal exams, assignment, end semester examination, and so on. Constructive alignment of T, L, and A. Teaching, learning, and assessment must be aligned. What we teach is what the students should learn, and what they learn is what should be assessed in the examinations, quizzes, and so on. Unless we elevate the level of what we teach and what students learn and align the assessment of students with that, we will not be moving up in the quality dimension. Okay, assessment is driven by learning outcomes, right? So the course outcomes is what should drive the assessment. We should test the student in terms of the course outcomes. All right, so therefore course outcomes are very important and central. Assessment drives teaching and learning. In fact, assessment is what students focus on. If you ask a student who is taking a course, he will say, "Sir, what will come in the exam? What am I going to be assessed? What type of questions? And how will I be graded? What are the criteria for my answers to be evaluated," and so on. So students are very assessment centric, and we must leverage that by connecting it with teaching and learning, and the way to do it is through course outcomes. Okay, so course outcomes are central to OBE. At this stage, I'm introducing 2 important references. They're both available publicly. You can download them. I'll be using in my slides some parts extracted from the first reference, which is examination reforms produced by AICTE. The other one is the model question papers also produced by AICTE. These 2 documents have been available for about 2 years now. And they're very important because they're both very centric, very much based on outcome-based education model. So they're very relevant to us here. And I would urge every teacher in every college, tier 2, tier 1, to really fully go through this and study them, every faculty member, and these documents contain relevant material for all disciplines and also general material applicable to all disciplines. Okay, now I'll take a simple example of course outcomes, only one example again. This is a course titled Heat and Mass Transfer, typically taught in mechanical engineering, usually a professional course, also in chemical engineering. Sometimes biotechnology courses also have a course on heat and mass transfer. Okay, the broad idea of this subject is how do we transfer heat from one space or one object to another object? How do we move and how do we move masses? Of course, the mass can be in the form of different phase, solid, liquid, gaseous, or mixtures of these and so on. All right. So broadly, this course talks about this area, which is a very important core area for many branches of engineering. All right. So the course outcomes are stated in the following fashion. Solve practical engineering problems using basic concepts of heat and mass transfer. So solve practical engineering problems. Okay. After doing the course, so any assessment of the course should definitely have, at least in the end, for example, in the end semester examination, a practical problem in heat and mass transfer that the student will be asked to solve, one or two problems. Evaluate steady and unsteady performance. Unsteady and steady are two different modes of transfer. All right. I won't go into the details, but those of you who have done these courses in your graduation will definitely recall that. So evaluate it for insulation, fin and thermocouple, different types of objects. Okay. Now, note that the word evaluate is used in this. Then analyze laminar and turbulent. When you have a flow, for example, transferring liquid, steam, or water vapor mixture and so on, then the flow can be laminar or turbulent. These are very easy concepts to understand in simple terms as a concept. So we must be able to analyze laminar and turbulent boundary layer flow. All right. Of course, analyzing turbulent flow is a very complicated, a very complex issue. It's still a research problem, but much progress is being made. So a student must be able to at least say something about turbulent flow, like Reynolds number. When does a laminar flow become a turbulent flow, and so on. Design shell and tube type heat exchangers for convective heat transfer. Heat transfer can happen through conduction, convection, radiation. So this talks about convective heat transfer and some design issues in that. Analyze phase change heat transfer process. Phase change means it becomes from, say, liquid to solid, like a steam generator, for example. Determine radiation heat transfer in engineering problems. In many cases, the heat transfer happens through radiation, all right? Perform design calculations of thermal equipment and prepare technical reports. I've taken this example. This is a very heavy example. This will be a heavy course. Probably in practice, you might not have all the outcomes. You might split it into two courses, maybe a first one and maybe an advanced one. The advanced one could be, for example, offered as a professional elective. There are many choices, but I have taken this as an example. Now, having done this, I have to connect these COs of this heat and mass transfer course to the program outcomes, which we already seen, all right? So we do this through a mapping. We draw a COPO mapping or COPO matrix. What is this matrix? This matrix has for rows the course outcomes, the COs. The 7 COs I showed, for example, will be the rows of this matrix. And the columns will be the 12 POs and maybe 1 or 2 PSOs if you have added them. Okay. So the columns are the program outcomes and the rows are the course outcomes. And of course, this matrix has to be drawn for all the courses, but I'm taking only one course as an example. Now, in each element of this matrix, the row is a course outcome, the column is a program outcome. The value can be blank or dash or 1, 2, and 3. All right. So we quantify it. What does 1, 2, 3 means? One means that that course outcome is connected to the program outcome or has a correlation with the program outcome to some extent, to a small extent. Two means to a medium extent. Three means to a strong extent. And dash or blank means it has no connection. That particular course outcome does not connect with the program outcome. For example, if you're teaching a course on circuit analysis, it may not connect with the design program outcome, for example, all right, and so on. All right. So it can be dash, 1 or 2 or 3. Of course, once you draw this matrix, once you populate this with these values, dash, 1, 2, and 3, you must do justification to it in terms of teaching, learning, and assessment. Just stating that is not enough. That's like saying, I want to do well or I want to feel better. But you must diagnose the problem, take medicines, and observe your parameter like temperature and so on, and make sure you get well. Similarly, the teaching, learning, and assessment must do justification to the entries in the COPO matrix. Otherwise, you have taken a good objective, but you have hardly made any progress in terms of implementing it. So here is the COPO matrix for that particular course, heat and mass transfer. On the rows are 7 objectives. I've just shown them as CO1 to CO7. On the column, I have shown PO1 to 4. I've not shown 5 to 12 because they're all blank entries. So I've kept it simple in the slide. But all those entries are blank for this particular example. And note that course CO1 has a value of 2 for PO1. And for PO2, 6 COs have values, and two CO2, 3, and 4 have value 3, strong connection, and so on. Of course, you have to justify this. The best way to if it is already done, then the teacher must understand what this is and plan accordingly the teaching, learning, and assessment. If it is to be designed and developed, in fact, I would say here, for a university given curriculum, this must be part of the curriculum description itself. Unfortunately, many tier 2 colleges are trying to invent or develop this description by themselves, which is okay. Because this morning, both the chairman NBA and also the vice chancellor talked about university playing a role and so on. University can definitely give the COPO matrix. Yes, and with some explanation so that it's understood by the teachers for teaching, learning, and assessment. All right. Now I will move into the assessment part, which drives teaching and learning. And this is a very important segment of my presentation. These are fully described in the 2 AICT document that I described, out of which one I will be taking some slides from. Okay. So how do we write COs? How do we write course outcomes? To do this properly, we must understand what is called Bloom's taxonomy. All right. Bloom is the person who first proposed it. This was proposed almost 70 years ago in the mid-40s and so on. This was heavily put into practice in the school education system, but it has also become, from mid-90s and so on, substantially widely adapted and used in the higher education system. In fact, ABET and Washington Accord follows the Bloom's taxonomy and uses it as a reference for improving the level and the quality of the engineering programs. Many of the graduates' attributes can be met only if we follow the Bloom's taxonomy and consistently try to move along the Bloom's taxonomy. So what is Bloom's taxonomy levels? We say that the learning and the assessment, the teaching and the learning and the assessment particularly of a student at the end of learning in terms of the outcomes of the course can be gauged at 6 different levels. The levels are given description like this: knowledge, remembering; comprehension, understanding; application, applying; analysis, analyzing; evaluation, evaluating; synthesis, creating. So these are the 6 levels. You will understand the first level, knowledge and remembering, is just the ability to get some knowledge and be able to recall or remember it. That is not enough. That knowledge must, must be understood, and understanding can be manifested, can be brought out only by comprehension, by putting questions where you find out whether the student is able to use that knowledge to answer a question, to produce a response to an answer to your question. The third one is application, be able to apply that knowledge. Analysis, be able to use that knowledge to analyze a given situation and problem and so on. I'll give you a simple example from electrical engineering. For example, if you say state Kirchhoff's law, Kirchhoff's current law, Kirchhoff's voltage law, that will be remembering level. The sum of voltages across the elements in a loop in a circuit should be equal to 0. Kirchhoff's current law is that the sum of currents at any junction in a circuit, the flowing in the different elements which are connected at a junction, should be 0. Now, comprehension will be, you can say, to be able to apply Kirchhoff's law is in a very simple situation. So if I are given a Kirchhoff's law with 3 elements in the circuit, let us say 2 resistances and 1 DC voltage source, for example. If I give the voltage across one resistance, I should be able to say the voltage across the other resistance. A simple use of the Kirchhoff's law. Or if there are 2 parallel resistances and if there's a voltage, if I ask, given the voltage across resistance 1, what is the voltage across it? It will be the same. All right, those kinds of questions, very simple questions, but comprehension. Application, to be able to apply Kirchhoff's law. Given a circuit, find the currents and voltages. Analysis, given a circuit, find the equivalent impedance. Looking at, given a bridge circuit, for example, what is the equivalent impedance at 2 points, so that if I connect something at that point, what will that element that I connect will see, all right? Then evaluation and evaluating, we should be able to produce alternatives. For example, if I want a filter circuit, all right, what are different alternatives and how do I compare them and so on. Synthesis and creating will go into design. So these are the different levels. And if you look at the POs very carefully, PO 1 to 5, all these things are figuring in this, all right? Design is figuring, analysis is figuring. First one itself says be able to apply and solve problems and so on. Okay, here is the AICTE document. This is a table of contents. So I'm going to focus on section 3, which is Bloom's taxonomy, action and so on, and what is called higher order abilities and professional skills. Then this document also contains 4 appendices. Appendix A gives what are called competencies and performance indicators for program outcomes. POs are program outcomes. It gives it for an engineering program. It also gives it for computer science and information science technology program. That's slightly different. In full detail, Appendix B gives sample questions for Bloom's taxonomy levels. For the different levels, what could be some example questions which put them at that level of Bloom's taxonomy? Appendix C gives model question paper. There's also a separate document of AICTE which gives model question papers in 4 or 5 subjects for 4 or 5 different engineering disciplines. Complete end semester and examination papers. And finally, some scoring rubrics, which I'll mention very briefly. So, in order to understand POs better, what we do is we break it down into competencies, and for every competency, we break it down into performance indicators. So the performance indicator is what can be used. Competency and performance indicator will be connected with the course outcome of the course that I am teaching, if that course has a connection with the PO, and accordingly I must do the assessment, homework, tests, internal tests, tutorials, etc. in that course. Okay, so I will proceed straight to the example. So program outcome 3, design. It says design and development of solutions. Here are the competencies that are given. In other words, competency is simply a detailing into further refinement, further detailing of the program outcome, which is a gross. Okay. Remember, program outcome is realized through several courses. which have a connection of 2 or 3 or 1, whatever it is, with that particular program outcome. So we break it down into these competencies. A particular course may address only some of these competencies. All right. Okay. So demonstrate an ability to define a problem. So if I want to do a design, I must start with a definition of what the problem is, right? So be able to define a problem. All right. In engineering terms, that's very important. For example, design a structure to bear this load. So the load description will come. Is it dynamic load? Is it static load? And so on. Okay. Then what material should be used for the structure? So many issues will come there. Demonstrate an ability to generate alternative designs. Okay. Different kinds of designs can be produced. So some ability to propose and analyze. For example, if you have a group, if you have a course project in such a course, you could give to the students organized in different groups, different designs to be developed so that at the end of the course, these different designs can be shared among the students and there'll be a good amount that they can learn. And then based on that, they can be assessed in terms of whatever exam or test and so on. Then demonstrate an ability to select an optimal design. So when you have several designs, you want to select a design, what are the criteria? Right? Different designs may be good for different things, so you must bring that aspect into it. Then demonstrate an ability to advance the design to a detailed state. So work out some more details of the state of the design. Okay. So these are the 4 competency levels. I will take competency 2 and further develop it into performance indicator. So competency 2 says demonstrate an ability to generate diverse set of alternative design solutions. So what are the performance indicators? There are 3 performance indicators given. Use some idea generation tools, maybe brainstorming. Okay, it need not be a very hard tool, or maybe some kind of a term paper, short-term paper, or maybe some references to be studied and so on. Okay, then build models or prototypes. So every design, there must be some simple way to describe it, some simple model. It could be a prototype which has scaling or even without scaling and so on. Then identify functional and non-functional criteria for evaluating. So to compare the different designs, put down the criteria, rubrics, on what basis am I going to compare? And they are broadly divided to functional and non-functional. Functional will be very engineering, like it should withstand the load, the stress and the strain and stresses on the material should be within the specified limits for the material and so on. Non-functional could be aesthetic, or it could be that it might be an existing structure which I want to augment and strengthen and so on. So those kinds of things. So this diagram says it all. So we have program outcomes. The program outcomes are broken down into competencies to be attained. So, and then every competency to be attained for a particular program outcome is broken down further into performance indicators, PIs. And based on this, we do the assessment. It's important to keep this picture in mind because this, in conjunction with Bloom's taxonomy, is what is actually the handle for good quality, right? If you want to realize good quality education, we need some handles, some basic doable things with which we can proceed. So that gives this. Okay, now this section 3 for mechanical engineering program, for every PO, starting with engineering knowledge and then analysis, design, and so on, including ethics, lifelong learning, for every PO, it gives you the different competencies and the indicators for each of those competencies. It's already given in the AICTE document. So you can just go through it. This is a clearer way, this is a sharper way of understanding what these program outcomes are about and how do we bring it into play in our curriculum, teaching, learning, and assessment. So this is fully given. And as I said, for example, for PO2, I won't have time to go through this in detail, but this is a self-study document. So faculty can form small groups in the various departments in the various colleges and study this document amongst themselves. And after all, as teachers, we have to be self-learners to a good degree. All right. So this, for example, ethics also, the competencies are given and the indicators are also given. Then communication and so on, very important. Then lifelong learning. Okay, Bloom's taxonomy is what we are following, and it will also again come up in Professor Ranganath's presentation. Okay, this is a diagrammatic way of understanding the Bloom's taxonomy. Remembering is at the starting level, then little bit more higher is understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating. All right. These levels cannot be jumped. A student cannot directly go to analyzing level without some remembering, some understanding, and some applying level. So these levels have to be built on top of each other in every course through teaching, learning, and assessment. All right. You cannot say this course I will do only remembering and some other course will do understanding and so on. But it is important to keep this in mind, and you cannot jump these steps. Please understand. You cannot start a course because then it will go above the heads of most students. All right. After all, learning is the whole purpose of teaching is that students learn, and the purpose of learning is that they should be able to take the right kind of assessment and do well. Okay, so how do we capture this idea of connection between Bloom's taxonomy and assessment? By using what are called action verbs for assessment. Every time I put a question, whether it's in a Viva or a lab or in a written examination or project Viva, whatever it is, we use a verb. Every question asks a student something to produce a response: calculate, define, analyze, compare, and so on, evaluate, all right, compare and contrast, or explain in detail, or explain in your own words, and so on. So these are called action verbs. Action verbs are verbs which ask a student to do something by way of producing a response. Of course, you may communicate it by drawing a diagram, by showing a graph, many ways. That's a different thing, okay? So remember has these verbs. For example, for remember, what are the skills demonstrated? Basically, ability to recall information like facts, definitions, jargon, terminology. What is, for example, what is equivalent impedance? All right. Technical terms like total quality and so on, various things. All right. Then questions will be list, define, describe, recite, and so on. Okay. Similarly, for level 2, describe, explain in your own words, paraphrase, restate, contrast, summarize, interpret. For example, if it's an English language paper, a short essay, half a page, 2-3 paragraphs may be given, and the answer that may be asked for is to summarize what that passage says in about 3 lines in one's own words. That is will be at the level of understanding or comprehension. Then apply, calculate, predict, apply, solve, etc., analyze, and so on. So for every one of these, the Bloom's verbs are given, and it's good to go through this and understand so that you have a sharp understanding of the different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. All right, similarly evaluate and so on. Now we come to the assessment itself. Now there are the 6 levels. This diagram shows the 6 levels: remembering to creating. All right, remembering, understanding. The level can be described either as a verb, as a noun, or as an adverb. Right, creating is an activity. All right. Okay, remembering is an activity, but recall is a way to bring it out, all right, or demonstrate it. So in fixed hour written examinations, we can use these levels: remembering, understanding, applying, and to some extent analyzing. But the higher levels, quite a bit of analyzing and evaluating and creating requires is generally not very well accomplished or achieved through written examinations. They are done through course projects or mini projects or minor projects, or through capstone projects and so on, or sometimes in an internship. For example, when students do an internship and return, or through industry visits and seminars and so on. So those also have to be kept in mind when you do the assessment, because those give you opportunity to assess the students' absorption of something at the higher level. Okay, but typically in every course we must have the question paper or the problems to be solved, practice problems or tutorial or homework or assignment problems, at least go up to applying level and to some extent go to the analyzing level. Today, much of assessment of students is at the remembering level and to some extent at the understanding level. And which is why we have all this problem of low employability and so on and so on. Employability does not come by neglecting the curriculum and adding value to the student. It comes by making the curriculum work for the student, doing the curriculum in the right manner for the student to gain some competence. Okay. All right. Now, this is Appendix A again. This describes the competency and indicators for computer science and engineering programs. For each program outcome PO1 to PO12, this is given. Again, I am not going to go through this. Appendix B of this document gives you the sample questions for at different Bloom's level, sample questions for Bloom's taxonomy level. So what are the skills demonstrated at the remember level? What are the skills demonstrated at the comprehension or understanding level? That is described, and what type of words again, and the questions themselves are given, sample questions. State Ohm's law. List the physical and chemical properties of silicon. List the components of an analog to digital converter. Define the purpose of a constructor. That's a constructor is a jargon in an object-oriented programming language and so on. So similarly, these are right truth table for and or and so on. Then understand level. Sample questions are given. For example, explain the behavior of PN junction diode under different bias conditions. All right, it can be positively biased, negatively biased, what happens and so on. Okay. Then describe the characteristic of silicon control rectifier and transistor equivalent for a SCR. Okay. So these, you cannot do it by reproducing. All right. Now, for all these sample questions, the teacher, both in the tutorial or our practice problems or homework or in the test, should also give the model answers. Giving questions to student, but not later using those questions in terms of describing the answers for those questions in the class or making it available to the student's learning will be reduced. Good students learn in spite of teaching, but we are not talking about very good students. We are talking about every student. So to benefit every student, the answers and answer key must be presented and discussed in the class after the examination, particularly internal tests. Similarly, apply level in Bloom's taxonomy model questions. For example, in apply level, I'll describe just this one problem. A ball is dropped from 6 meters above a flat surface. So if I drop a ball at it can be dropped at r equal to 1, or between 0 and 1, or r greater than 1. These three values represent presumably r equals 1 means I'm dropping it vertically. We're assuming no disturbance due to air and other things. Or another value of r will mean that I'm dropping it at an angle. Another one means I'll throw something like that. Okay. So the ball will take a trajectory like this. It will sort of jump to different heights, and ultimately it will come to rest. All right. So what is asked in this question is that the distance traveled, what will be the total distance the ball travels in each of the following cases? All right. So this might be a tough problem, but at least you should start to use such problems as examples in the teaching first and practice, and then bring them into the assessment of students. All right. It can also make the course interesting. Okay. So similarly, this is for analyze and so on. So different levels. I'm going to skip this. Then Appendix C gives model question paper. This is an important part for it. As I said, there's a separate document on model question papers for 6 different disciplines, in each discipline for 5-6 different subjects. I'm not going to go through that. I've just taken one here. This is a course on programming and problem solving, generally taught for all first-year students, all branches of engineering. So here are the questions. What I want to observe here and draw your attention to is, every question, there's a statement, the marks are given, how many marks that question carries, and more importantly, which course outcome is examined by that question, CO1. All right. And if you go further into this table, it will also give the Bloom's level for that question. Which Bloom's level is that question positioned at? And the last column will give which performance indicator is that question connected with, right? Because, you know, every PO is connected with competency. Competency is connected with performance indicator, and CO-PO mapping connects the CO to PO. So I can connect the CO to the performance indicator. So whenever we design a question paper, questions, question bank, whatever it is, we must put this metadata. With every question relevant to that course, what course outcome is connected to that question, at what Bloom's taxonomy it is, and what performance indicator. How do we use this metadata, we call it, additional information about the question? You may not reveal it to the students themselves. We can use it in the following way. For example, at the end of this question paper, model question paper, we have a distribution of the questions in terms of Bloom's taxonomy. 36% is at Bloom's level 2, 46% is at Bloom level 3, and 18% is at Bloom's level 4 in this particular question paper. And course outcome wise, out of 5 outcomes, 8 marks are devoted to course outcome 1, 20 marks for course outcome 2, 54 marks for course outcome 3, and so on. So this distribution is also important because, you know, very often I find universities give in their question paper answer any 5 out of 8. That kind of a choice, students can omit portions and score. It means some course outcomes they will not be even touching upon in any manner. That is not a good idea. So either or is better, or answer any 2 out of these 5 and any 3 out of the 5. Section the questions so that every course outcome has to be addressed in terms of the assessment. Okay, then Appendix C gives scoring rubrics. I'll very briefly mention and move on. I think I'm doing not okay for time. I'm going to overflow. Already it's about 1 hour since I started. Another 10-15 minutes I'll finish. So Appendix D is scoring rubrics. These are, see, whenever we judge an answer, when we give marks, we give marks for a correct answer. We don't give 0 marks for a wrong answer. We have marks for steps. We have marks for calculation. Numerical error is not penalized by giving 0 marks and so on. So this is the idea in rubrics. What constitutes a good answer? What constitutes an answer with some gaps and so on? For example, if I ask a student to write a program to solve a problem, computer program, if the program is correct, I can give him full marks, or I can give him 80% of the marks. And say it is the marks are 20 marks, so I can give him 16. You may say, why 16 and not another 20? I say the program must be, the logic of the program must be explained properly through comments, so that the program has a readability about it. I can give 2 marks for that. Or I can say the program, the way it is written, there must be a spacing between different parts of the program so that visually a reader of the program on a computer screen. These are very important in industry. All right. Then you can say the program must also account for inputs which are not valid. It should give a message for an invalid input rather than terminate in a complicated way, like system dump or something like that. So you can introduce criteria like this. If you teach them and if you practice them, students will learn something. and these will add a lot of value, all right, to the students. Okay, I'll move away now from rubrics and all that. Rubrics are also given for several, in this document, given for design and so on, for many things. Okay, now I'll go to CO attainment calculation, all right? How do we calculate this CO attainment? At the end of every course, the teacher of the course should actually calculate the course outcomes, all right? And so we have the following. We have the following data is available to us. In this example, I have two internal tests, one model examination and one university examination, all right? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 components that are available to us. You can add to it homework, assignments, various things you can add, all right? Now, there are only 4 students in this example. Only 4 I have taken, so that's simple. Now we can discuss it in this short presentation. So note that each test is described in terms of the CO, not the question number. Remember, I already told you in the design, setting the question must be connected to the CO. So I can take all the questions for CO1 and club it together and so on and so on. So test 1 has questions for CO1 and CO2 only. Because it's an internal test, the full portion is not covered. Similarly, internal exam 2 has CO3, 4, and 5. It does not address CO1 and 2, CO2, because the portions for an internal test is not the full portion up to that point. Okay. Model tests all the COs. University exam also tests all the COs. So the number of students is given here, 4 students, all right? And it will be completed. It's 4 for all the cases. And then the maximum marks is given again CO-wise. All right, so in test 1, CO1 had 50 marks, CO2 had 50 marks maximum. And then the marks obtained by the students are also given, again, not question-wise, but in terms of CO-wise. So student 1 got 30 out of 50 in CO1 questions. Student he got 40 out of 50 in CO2 questions. And student 4 got 14 out of 50 in CO1 questions. And student 4 got 20 out of CO2 in test 1, all right, out of 50. So that data is given, all right. Similarly for the model and so on. Now, once we have this can be automated to a large extent. You know, those of you who have worked with spreadsheets, it's a very simple tool. You can just have the spreadsheet available during the course. You can add other information to it, like you can mark attendance, this, that, blah, blah, and so on. And you can also put this data, and you don't have to do it at the end. As soon as test 1 is over and has been, the papers have been returned to the students, you can fill that part and so on. Now, based on this, I want to calculate the last row, which is the CO attainment, outcome attainment by this course for the 5 COs. How do I calculate it? For that, I need a criteria, assessment criteria, or rubric as we call it. So I'm defining a rubric here. This is ad hoc or arbitrary, only as an example, but we'll talk about how to go about defining this rubric in a purposeful, meaningful way very soon. All right. So what I have done here is the following. I've taken 2 aspects in defining the rubric. One is the number of students, and second is the level at which they have performed for that CO. So if 50% of students have performed at 50% level, not below 50% level, then that attainment will carry 1. It's okay. It is below average or modest. If 60% of students have performed to the level of 50% with respect to that CO, I will consider as level 2. More students are doing okay with respect to that CO. If 70% of the students have performed about 50% or above, I'll consider as level 3. All right. So you see here, out of 4 students, 2 students have performed above 50% level. 50% level for CO1 is 25 marks out of 50. There are 2 students who have performed above 25. 3 and 4 are 10 and 14, which is below 25. So that comes to be a 1. All right. Similarly, 2 and 3. All right. Now, in this particular assessment criteria rubric, I've used only the number of students, but I've kept the performance level as 50%. All right. That is, you may want to raise the bar. You may want not only more number of students to be considered in having a higher value for CO attainment, you may also consider the performance level should be higher. All right. It's possible. So based on that, we calculate all in this particular example, many of them come out to be 3. So this is a very lenient rubric. We are giving ourselves very high marks, but self-assessment must be, should not be too lenient, should not be too strict. Okay. So we can play with this rubric. We can work with that. Now, based on this, how do I calculate the outcome for each CO separately? Well, what I have to do is that for CO1, I have test 1, I have test 2, I have model, I have university exam, right? So I have to combine these 4 weightages. I can give some weightages. It could typically be the same weightage that you give for student marks when you want to give them a grade, whatever weightage it is, and combine these to produce a single result for a CO1, similarly for CO2 and so on. Okay, that will complete. I have not shown that part in this slide, but it's very easy to. Okay, so here is a CO-PO mapping, a larger example. I showed only for the heat transfer example with 7 COs and some POs, but in this example, I've taken only one course with 6 COs and all the 12 POs, because PSOs can be added to that. Why is this? This is called the articulation matrix. In reality, this will be a large matrix. If you have a curriculum with something like 35 courses, each course having 5-6 outcomes, if you put all of them, the number of rows will run into something like a couple of hundred, and number of columns will be about 12 plus another 2-3 PSOs maybe, so 15. So this is a very large matrix, right? You cannot look at the large matrix, but any time you can look at a part of the matrix relevant to your course or relevant to some program outcomes and so on. Okay. Now, okay, I will come back to this slide. Let me finish it. I already mentioned this. The assessment criteria rubric for CO calculation or CO attainment can be defined by the program coordinator or head of the department or by the faculty together. It is your choice. It is not prescribed. You don't have to follow what somebody else is doing necessarily. Okay, there are 3 attainment levels we have, 1, 2, and 3. In fact, you can even make it 4 or 5 attainment levels if you wish to. But I can define, for example, attainment level 3 as 70% students scoring more than average marks or some set target marks. Like, let's say they must have at least at the level of B grade, something like that. Then I can say 60% students scoring more than average marks or set target marks in the assessment method. Similarly, and so on. So it is possible to design, and you must choose your own assessment criteria for CO assessment. Now we come to the program outcome calculation. Program outcome calculation is done using the CO-PO matrix. I will talk only about direct method. There's also something called indirect method. We don't have the time to go into it at this thing. Now, the PO attainment calculation is done in the following manner. In this example, I have two courses only. In general, you'll have many courses, 30 courses, 35 courses, including project, etc. For each course, I have some course outcomes, and then I have the program outcomes. So for each course, I have calculated the CO already, right? I showed you in the previous couple of slides ago. So that attainment of the course outcome is entered into this column. For CO course 3.01, the 6 outcomes, 301.1C, 301.6, the attainment levels are 1.5, 2.1 up to 2.7. Similarly for the other course, these levels are shown. And this matrix is actually the COPO matrix with 1, 2, 3, and dash. That's also shown there. Now, how do I calculate the PO outcome? I'm showing you one example here for PO1. All right. So at the bottom of the slide is a formula. So to calculate PO1 attainment, I take column A, which is the attainment of the course outcome attainment of the courses, all right, of the courses which have some value in that PO column, all right. In this case, only two courses. And then multiplied by column B, maybe multiplied by this significance weightage, 1, 2, or 3. If it's a dash, multiplied by 0. Then add it up together and divide by the sum of column B. In other words, these course outcomes have a total weightage of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for PO1. So I divided by column 6. So in this case, 1.5 plus 2.1 plus 2.4 plus 2.5 plus 2.4 plus 2.7, because multiplied by 1, divided by 6, that will give me 2.27. Similarly, you can complete everything. Note that this calculation can be actually automated because spreadsheets allow formulae. All right, they allow formulae. So I can put a formula and I can just use the right commands or click the right, select the right options in the spreadsheet, and this can be automatically calculated. And this can be done when the 8th semester results are also available. And the entire calculation, which will give a value for every PO for that batch, must be examined by the department, by the program in charge with the faculty, and then made use of. The course outcome assessment must be reviewed by the respective teachers, maybe the class committee, and so on. Okay. Now, how do we use this course outcome? This is the last part of my talk. We have to make use of the program outcome assessment to bring improvements. So I've taken an example from civil engineering. This is an actual example taken from an SAR of a college to which I went as an NBA committee chairman to do the peer review committee assessment. I've taken it actually from their SAR. So this is not cooked up. All right. I've kept the college identity anonymous. So they found that the PO1, engineering knowledge, etc., applying that, they had a calculation of 2.3 for that PO1 for a particular batch, but the target was 2.5. Again, this target you choose. All right. You choose a target, right? It's just like saying, okay, students above this level are given grade A, students between these two levels, cutoffs are given grade B, and so on. So you choose a target, okay? They had selected a target of 2.5 out of 3, which is about, you can say, a little over 80%. And the actual attainment was 2.3. So the attainment is actually below the target. So they have to do something to bring it up to the target. Now, of course, if the attainment is at the target or above, then you have to change the target and look for improvements. Okay, the target is something that you choose. Okay, it's not something that is absolute. Okay, so having found out that the calculated attainment for PO1 is below target value, they worked back. They looked at the calculation of PO1 attainment and asked which course outcomes pull this to 2.3. Right, because some course outcomes values is what has pulled this down to 2.3. You have to identify it by simple logical analysis thinking. And they identified these 3 courses, one mechanics of materials and 2 other courses in mathematics, statistics and integral transforms, numerical methods and partial differential equations. So these 2 courses, the course outcomes were low, and that is what resulted in the PO outcome to be low. So what is the action they suggested and they took? Here are the actions. So they found out by this analysis those course outcomes which have to go up, right? So they said one is to introduce some contextual learning. In mechanics of materials, associate classroom teaching to real-world experiences. I'll elaborate this example a little bit. In mechanics of materials, students learn about how material properties and strengths required for them to perform in different conditions of loads, etc., how they matter. So there are different failures. It could be tensile failure, compression failure, buckling failure, torsion failure, depending on various situations, right? Dynamic load, all kinds of things. So what this action says is that the connection between those aspects of the material properties and the connection with the how they perform in a mechanic context is to be explained in the classroom itself. We can do it by videos, we can take them to the lab, we can demonstrate something in the classroom and so on. So what they did was they took some machine, simple machine part. They took students to the laboratory, showed some simple machine parts which were stressed or loaded in some ways, and actually demonstrated the failure. All right. Okay. So connect the practicals and the theory in a connecting the dots is very important in the curriculum. Students don't do it by themselves. So this is what the action. The other action was in the two mathematics courses. What they said is that mathematics course is teaching them some methods which are relevant for applying in the context of the civil engineering problems, PO1, right? Program outcome 1. But what was missed was some actual problems of civil engineering where that mathematics will be used to solve the problem. All right. So instead of saying numerically solve this differential equation, produce that differential equation as a result of a simple civil engineering context. All right. So in other words, don't just focus on in the mathematics courses how students will do mathematics, but also tell them how they will use mathematics in a discipline of that they are studying. Okay. So these are the targets that are achieved. These may appear to be simple ideas, but then, actually convincing ourselves that this is going to help us, and then having implemented in the next round, they can actually confirm that the PO1 has improved from 2.5 to something better. All right. I mean, the attainment of PO1. Okay, I'm now going to recapitulate and summarize and then leave it to you. So what have we seen? We have seen course outcomes and program outcomes in NBA, OBE, but then to stress, in addition to accreditation, OBE is a system of teaching, learning, and assessment of students to follow. So it must be integral to your academic system. And as the chairman also mentioned, Chairman NBA, accreditation must be incidental to your adoption and successful implementation of OBE. All right. So it must be internalized completely. Then what is CO-PO mapping? We have discussed that. And PO detailed in terms of competency and performance indicators. The reference is very complete. Then Bloom's level questions and annotating questions with course outcome, Bloom's level, performance indicator, and rubrics. How to calculate CO attainment and how to make use of CO attainment calculation. The choice of the assessment criteria rubric, how to use CO-PO, how to calculate PO attainment using the matrix, and how to use CO-PO attainment, and so on. Now, whenever you have a feedback system, there are many levels of feedback. For example, all of us take some feedback at the end of a course, even without OBE, about the course and the teacher. Whether, for example, whether the teacher gave enough practice problems and whether enough study material was given, etc. Whether the teacher discussed the answers in the class and so on, various things. Those feedback are also important. They also contribute to some improving steps in terms of what the teacher does and so on. But we here in continuous improvement, we are bringing one extra dimension in outer loop, namely assessment of the course outcomes and program outcomes and improvements based on those outcome measurements. All right. Finally, quality is a journey, not a destination. So you have never arrived at it, you are continuously progressing towards it. Keep that in mind and start with OBE sooner than later. Wish you all the best. I think I have taken about 20 minutes extra. I request Professor Ranganath to pardon me. I'm now handing over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Muthuramanji. Indeed, you are, though you have taken 20 minutes more, but it is indeed such a nice session that we really forget the time. We also could not take care of the time. Sir, you very carefully covered most of the issues related to COPO mapping, competency, performance indicators, Bloom's levels, and more particularly, you have talked about how to calculate the CO attainment. And your last line, I like to quote again: quality is a journey, not the destination. This should be this should be the guiding spirit for all the institutions who are really interested for ensuring quality in technical education. Thank you very much, sir, once again, and looking forward for more such sessions with you on this platform or some other platform as well. Now,
Thank you. I'll be available during the question answer session along with Professor Ranganath and Dr. Nasa. Thank
right,
you.
sir, thanking you once again. Now moving to Professor R.V. Ranganath. Professor R.V. Ranganath, during this technical session, he will be taking the last session and he will be talking with you on the issues related to self-assessment related reports, are overview of changes, how to prepare the SAR, and effect improvements during the process for undergraduate program. About Professor R.V. Ranganath, he is a bachelor's in civil engineering from NIT Mysore University. He is the master's and PhD from IIT Delhi. His research interests include fly ash, pond ash concrete, self-compacting concrete, geopolymer concrete, using fly ash, slag, and industrial byproducts. He is a recipient of AICT Career Award for Young Teachers in 1988 and ICI Force Rock Award for Outstanding Concrete Technologies for the year 2011 at Indian Concrete Institute, Chennai at the national level. He has served as HOD Civil Engineering, Dean Academics at BMS College of Engineering, Bengaluru, and Principal in BMS Institute of Technology, Yelahanka, Bengaluru, on deputation during 2014-15. At present, he is actively involved in implementation of the outcome-based education in engineering institutions through NBA awareness programs and evaluators training programs as resource person. So, sir, over to you, sir. Looking forward for the great session from you, sir. Over to Professor R.V. Ranganath ji. It appears Professor R.V. Ranganath has been disconnected. We are trying to connect him, and meanwhile, kindly bear with us.
Uh, can you hear me now? Hello,
Sir,
can you hear me now?
yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. It is indeed our great pleasure, and I express my apology to the participants because of some technical glitches. They have been disconnect, and we could connect him within 2-3 minutes. I had already talked about the pioneer in the technical education, his from civil engineering background, and he's an expert in the concrete technology, more particularly fly ash, and he is a resource person for the NBA, creating awareness and creating evaluators training program for the outcome-based education and NBA accreditation. Over to Professor R.V. Rangnathji.
Yes, sir. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the screen? Yes, excellent. Okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Sir, you are
Is
clear.
that clear?
Make it full screen, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So when I make full screen for every about 20 minutes, I will be requesting somebody to acknowledge my presence because I will not be knowing who are listening. Okay. Right,
Okay.
sir. Well, it may take about 60 to 65 minutes. We will be late today for lunch. It doesn't matter. Within the available period, I will quickly look into the most important, document which programs have to prepare and submit to National Board for Accreditation for evaluation. And there will be many doubts, so I thought I will present the the self-assessment report criteria, sub-criteria, what is expected from the programs, and then how an evaluator will generally look at it, generally, but of course there will be variations. Now, this is a document which provides a kind of a context wherein institutes and program how well they are prepared for accreditation. From morning, from our chairman sir to Professor Muthukrishnan and Nasa sir have been telling, uh, start practicing outcome-based education, accreditation will become automatically part of the process. Okay. But that will be reflected in this document when you actually fill it up. It also provides the first impression about the institute and program. It also provides a crisp status of the evaluation team, what they are likely to look at, what kind of documents they are likely to search when they come for accreditation purpose. So there are about 3 parts to it. Whoever goes for first time accreditation, first one is the institution information, wherein all the details about the institution, whether you are a government aided or a private society or a trust, whatever it is. This is just information overview of the institution. Then comes the most important criteria, which are about 7 criteria, which some of them have been already discussed very elaborately in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan sir. Few things are quantifiable, which are straightforward. I will be presenting them in a much faster manner, which are straightforward according to me. We'll also spend little time just to look at how what is expected. There are other 3 criteria which chairman of the committee who visits the institutions will be looking at it. The first year academics, because out of 4 years of engineering, 1 year is significant learning for students, and hence it has been separately looked into by NBA. And then, of course, student support systems, how good you are in terms of supporting students. And then the governance, institutional support, financial resources plays a major role in providing quality assurance, and hence they will also be looked into. The program outcomes, which an annexure is provided, has been already discussed in detail. Generally, in India, it was told by Dr. Anil Nasa, for the purpose of Washington Accord, it has been categorized as Tier 1 and Tier 2. Nothing separate in terms of vision, mission, etc. But in terms of weightages to corresponding criteria upon which the programs will be evaluated or slightly modified. So accordingly, the institutions, the teachers, whoever fall under such institutions should look at it. So eventually, National Education Policy, our chairman, sir, Professor K.K. Agarwal told, now accreditation has become a more kind of a guiding principle for NEP. Eventually, all these tier 2 institutions have to move to tier 1, and there won't be any distinction probably 10 years from now or 15 years from now. But the criteria may change, a dynamic nature. Some of them may come, some of them may go, depending upon how we evolve. Okay. So starting from first one here, NBA would like to know what kind of vision and missions the institutes are having, and then the departments follow that, because first of all, you need to explain why you exist for in technical education. So those are the broad statements. NBA expects you to put them in a futuristic way, vision, and how you will achieve that will be mission statements. So generally, when evaluators come, they will be looking at the statements. There won't be any comment because visions are made by the founders and many visionaries. But if there are some grammatical mistakes, in the sense, generally visions have to be statement. If some kind of action verbs, etc., are there, it is a good time for you before going to accreditation to fine tune them and present it in a way. Because in this institution, when we went, somebody wrote like this. So actually, vision has got action verbs, which actually you do. Whereas mission looks like a vision and vision looks like a mission. So maybe we should avoid such things. So when evaluators come to you, they will be looking at the statements, their relevance in terms of what you wanted to do, depending upon where you are located in India, and then the consistency of the department and institution statement, because department statements have to be very similar to the institute statement, because they all work under the institution. Institute is a bigger umbrella, unless your department itself is a much bigger entity, so which is very rare in your case. The educational objectives, NBA would like to know what kind of promises you have made. Morning, Professor Muthukrishnan explained it in a couple of slides. Some of them I will be reiterating for the benefit of those who might have missed it, or at the purpose of what is expected in the self-assessment report. Please remember, these are just statements. We would like to see whether you stated it, the kind of promises. But while you state, remember that what you are stating is what graduates are likely to do after 4 to 5 years of their graduation, not when they are actually studying there. So make those kind of a statement very clearly. Generally, it was explained earlier. So how you prepare them in terms of employment, how you prepare them in terms of core competence, what kind of professional education you are providing, and how you are training them for the rest of the work. Generally, about 3 to 5 are sufficient, and if they're available and they are in a good, well-structured manner, generally full 5 marks will be given. About 5 marks is there. So generally, you have to say what students are likely to do after 3 to 5 years instead of doing what you are doing. That's what is generally expected. So student after 3 to 5 years will be able to compete in a global platform, pursue higher education, communicate effectively, demonstrate for concern in demonstrate. So these kind of action verbs become important. Please have a quick look at before you actually submit your self-assessment report. Moving on, this sub-criteria looks at where all you have disseminated the information of your vision and how you are achieving them, and the educational objectives are basically promises to the stakeholders. The stakeholders could be the students, their parents, the employers, and the your own alumni to come back and work with you. Okay, industries where you are likely to provide internship, etc. May not be employers, but internship is a slightly different way we would like to look at it. So how did you disseminate it? Of course, digital website and all that, any other digital media is most welcome. In addition to that, if there are anything else you have done, that you have to be defined clearly in the statement below this section 1.3, and have enough evidence. When evaluators come, they will be looking at the dissemination process. They will also interact with the stakeholders. They will ask the parents. They will ask the the other employers, etc. Are you aware of the vision, PO, what were discussed, etc. So a 360-degree collection of information will happen. As long as you follow the process, absolutely no issues in this particular criteria 1.3. Moving on, 1.4, particularly for people who are appearing for the first time, NPA would like to know how a vision, a mission, and the educational objectives have been framed. Who did it? The faculty started it. They discussed with the students. They discussed with other stakeholders, called some external experts. It was deliberated, put them into kind of academic councils or board of governors, got the information, communicated to alumni for whatever process you do. So that kind of a process is expected for you to be deliberated. So obviously there are some significant marks are there. Generally, you do well if you put them in some kind of a flow charts, which are the stakeholders, outside stakeholders you consulted, which are the stakeholders involved inside, who did it, under what guidance, and who did it approve, if there are any approvals you have put them into, and present it and describe those steps systematically. And this section will be taken care for whatever marks it has got, 15 or 20, depending upon the tier 1 or tier 2. Lastly, the consistency of this mission of the department and POs, evaluators would like to know how consistent they are, because what has been defined in the mission, whether it comes in the POs or they are two distinct statements not connected to. In fact, one of the idea to check this also is what some discussions happened in the morning. Consultants, if they give something from top down, teachers do not understand anything, may be an issue here. They will be, so it's better the head of the departments or NBA coordinators get this properly for that. The advice I would like to do is, department is a much bigger entity. It will have more than one program. So what you do for a department is encompasses what all you do for different programs. For example, Department of Computer Science can have BE Computer Science or BE Information Science, or BTech Computer Science, BTech Information Science and Engineering, whatever you would like to call them. There are 2 programs, and then could be a diploma also, more program. What we are talking about is educational objective for a program and mission. So you need to look at the mission. So, for example, a department has got a mission statement, something like this: civil engineers become competent, let us say. So now you look at PO, read them. Students at the end of the course will be able to, let us say, after 3 to 4 years, will be able to make this career. So if this is correlates well with the activities you do for the department, you write 3. If it is not 2, it is not 1, like that. So you have to make those kind of a correlation and also write justification. Once you write this, 15 to 20 marks are allocated for this. Particularly those who are going in the first cycle will be evaluated critically by the evaluators, and make sure that this is done very properly. And the coordinators and head of the departments know this properly, because they have to be aligned. So they have to be in principle. So same thing, evaluators would like to see whether it is there or whether it is followed in principle. Okay. Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. So moving on, program curriculum. Now, this is a very important activity. Important in the sense, most programs have this kind of a things which are happening, obviously. Now, state the process used to identify the extent of compliance university. Now, in 2.1, NBA would like to know how you are aligning the program curriculum, whether the curriculum is properly designed or not. This was shown by, mentioned by in the morning by Dr. Muthukrishnan sir. The measurement is bottoms up, but the design is top down through the curriculum. Okay. So NBA would like to know whatever curriculum is available to you, either through your university for tier 2, or you yourself make it, complies with the achievement of program outcomes or specific programs and program specific outcomes. This what would be looked here basically. So the same thing is in 2.12. So if you identify any deficiencies, you should be able to tell them in terms of what additional course you would like to do, what kind of learning materials, laboratories, etc. See, the steps which probably could involve in this particular subsection is, you take the university curriculum, all the core courses, whoever is teaching, ask them to map it to appropriate POs, which was told how to make PO. Something will also will follow in my course of presentation in the next criteria. Then if suppose, let us say there are no courses for project management and finance, hypothetically, let us say, which means the curriculum available to you does not provide any course to give that attribute of program project management and finance. That becomes a gap, let us say. Okay, or there are not enough courses to do that. Maybe some passing course is there and which is not sufficient, let us say. That becomes a gap for attainment of POs. Now identify that and then say what kind of additional courses you would like to do or models you would like to design during the semester or in between the semester and etc. So NBA would like to know what you did in terms of that, identify the gap, what action you take and which PO you targeted, and briefly explain them, and whatever activity you have done, keep the documentation for verification when the evaluators come. So this should pretty much take care of that criteria. For tier 1, because you are designing the curriculum, it is straightforward. Define the curriculum development process which you have followed, because generally you do CW workshops, because you call industries and all, try to create new courses, etc. Quite a few things will be happening in autonomous institutions. Just describe that process and write down what kind of curriculum structures you have arrived at in terms of LTP, which is most standard now, including model curriculum. And write down in terms of percentages with respect to components of those courses, basic sciences, core courses, selectives, and so on and so forth. You will do also well if you can compare with respect to, let us say, AICT model curriculum or any other institutions you have kept it as a model institution, be it IIT Kanpur or any other NITs, which are, or even outside India. Compare them, how you decide are sufficient to attain PO or PSO. So make some statements and a simple analysis, a chart will do this trick for tier 1. Now, learning teaching TLP has got about 70 marks, and for actually for tier 1 slightly more than that. About 4 or 5 subsets are there which are very important. The first one is what all we deliver in the classroom, be it what kind of innovative classroom practices we do, because any outcomes have to be measured. First you have to deliver them. How well you deliver them, then you measure. So this has to be captured. Any of your teachers does any innovative thing, any one of them or many of them, please make a note of them, mention that, and the details you can show it to the evaluators when they come through your course files. Every teacher will generally maintain a course file, and those course files will reveal all these activities. Okay, so any collaborative activity you do or any problem-based learning, real-time examples you are giving, all that has to be deliberated here. Even if one teacher does or two teacher does a particular method, please bring it to the notice of the evaluator. Why was it done? Basically, apart from your chalk and talk, PPTs, etc., most people do. Any other methods, pedagogical initiatives will be most welcome in this section. So when evaluators come, they will be looking at these are the issues, and they will be looking for this kind of documents, availability of the academic calendar, what kind of pedagogical initiatives you have done, show evidence for that through course files only, and then have you taken care of weak students, what kind of incentives you are giving for very bright students, what kind of laboratories, of course they will walk through your laboratories, what kind of ambience the classroom has, and how teachers conduct classes, etc., will be evaluated for that 70 marks of TLP and more for other things. In addition to that, this has become very important because now more and more, most universities in India now, I understand, have got more than 30, some places 40, and in some places autonomous in Karnataka, we have 50 percentage of weightage for what is known as formative type of assessment, like means test 1, test 2, or midterm examination, assignments. We are free to do that kind of a thing. Now, when we are doing this is the freedom which teachers get. So whatever assessment you are giving it to the students, are they aligned with respect to the course outcome? This was brought down very beautifully in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan sir through an AICT document. The assessment was one of the major things which was covered in the morning. So have a quick look at it. So anything you have done, whatever evidence is there, keep it properly, and when evaluators come, that's what you have to present it in this particular 2.2.2 criteria. In addition to that, most importantly, student projects. Now, student projects are supposed to provide the attainment of more or less all the outcomes, let us say, if it is designed like that. So, and hence, whatever time you spend for student project, be it minor projects at the lower semester or a capstone projects at some level, or some universities we have seen as a research projects additionally. So any project which you do and what POs you are targeting, if that has been measured through rubrics, which was mentioned in the morning, that will bring out lot of attainment of POs. So more and more emphasis will be given for this quality of student projects henceforth. What you are supposed to do is define or deliberate all that information, how you allot your projects to students, how students conduct them, how you are evaluating intermittently and final one, and how you cover POs through rubrics if that is made available. And if there are some kind of a demonstration models, etc., covering environment and sustainability and so on and so forth, will be kind of a icing on the cake in terms of attainment, basically, apart from the calculation, etc., which was discussed in the morning. So this will actually be evidenced directly by interaction with the students or with the faculty. So more and more, particularly in the second cycle of accreditation, more importance are likely to come there. In addition, NBA expect the programs to have direct connection with the industry. So any laboratories you have started, IT related, quite a few institutions start industry supported laboratories. Or if something is not there for core engineering, let us say some partial delivery, experts can come and take about 8 to 10 classes and link the fundamentals which has been covered by a regular teacher with respect to how the other people can do it. So such things and how whether that has improved anything can impact analysis. Internship, etc., was not there earlier when we used to go 5 years back. Now, most institutions do have internship because AICT has, stepped in and made it kind of mandatory. So most students are going for internship. But the important thing would be, if you have gone for internship, what kind of POs you are evaluating when they come back, that becomes important. So whether you are measuring them for independent learning, whether you are measuring for modern tools, or you are measuring for design officers you are sending. So make sure and present it to the evaluators when they come. So that is the type of exhibits they will be looking at when they come here. Okay. So can you hear me? Am I audible, sir? Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Is there anyone there? Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Moving on. Establish the correlation of the course outcomes and program outcomes, the program specific outcomes. Now, this is a very important criteria. Most teachers do not actually get this properly. Morning Professor Muthukrishnan explained this in a more elaborate way. So what is expected by NBA is about 6 courses, very good courses which you think are good to you. So take them and write down the course outcomes, and then you have to map it. So for all of them, about 6 courses. So the statements, the correctness of statement, what you want to measure, how you have structured them, and how you have related to various attributes becomes very important and becomes the important statement in the beginning. Okay. Now, about POs, it was talked elaborately in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan. They are very important. Please note that these are apply, analyze, formulate. There are many subsets to it. Very important. First 1 to 5. And then, of course, the other attributes. So 12 outcomes are absolutely necessary to be attained, and they are the kind of targets to us. In addition, of course, you will also have what is known as program specific outcomes, but they have to be specific to your program. Now, many people write student at the end of the program will be able to use modern tools in electrical engineering. See, modern tool has already come. So again, modern tool should not come because that is not very related to only electrical engineering. Modern tool is used in all programs, let us say. So very specific, something like this, which has been presented to you for your reference, has to be a kind of a specific outcome. Once these targets are there, then you are ready to write your course outcomes, about 15 to 20 course outcomes you have. Now, out of that, please remember that NBA, these program outcomes important because we have mapped it to Washington Accord. So hence, whatever you attain here relates to the international scenario, and our students become significantly equivalent as per the Washington Accord. And hence, you cannot deviate from these POs. Out of that, first 5 POs are very important because everywhere, one or the other places, complex engineering problems or activities are involved. So if you want to be globally competing, our students should be approaching towards solving complex engineering problem. That will be what looked into very carefully henceforth when evaluation will happen, okay, in the second cycle particularly. Now, what has been defined by NBA to the Washington Accord is because complex engineering problem, if you Google or try to find out, the real definition is very lengthy, explores a lot. But in a simple words, for teachers to understand, these are not the type of problems encountered at the end of the textbooks, but they have to be little open-ended in the sense they need not be completely framed. Leave few choices to the students to make because that's what they are likely to get when they go to the real world and try to solve. Nothing will be known when I go as a profession. If I for a consultancy I go, most of the things are unknown. Then we have to start with the known knowledge, how to apply, what kind of tools we can use, how we can possibly analyze and find a solution. So teachers have to create that kind of a thing and allow students to prosper in that. So they can use any one of those engineering science principles, physics, chemistry, maths, whatever tools they are available. That becomes complex engineering problem. Now, course outcomes are simply the statements. They have to be measurable in nature. NBA expects about 5 to 6 course outcomes. If teachers write something like that, take module 1, module 2, module 3 in their syllabus and simply add understand, they do not form a course outcome because they do not go anywhere. Neither they follow what is known as Bloom's taxonomy, which was introduced to you in the morning by Professor Muthukrishnan. But please remember that National Board for Accreditation does not prescribe any particular taxonomy, be it Bloom or Solo or any other thing. But if you follow this because it is well known to others, which you can discuss, probably help you to synthesize your element of your questions and writing your course outcome. In that, I would like to draw your attention. The bottom 2, remembering, understanding, are not very useful in solving engineering problems. They are useful for the knowledge. Of course, knowledge is required. Okay, so something they should remember, something they should be able to explain the phenomena, etc. But application requires slightly different skills. So you should be looking mostly for undergraduate, applying, analyzing, and evaluating. For postgraduate, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. In fact, if I put that Bloom's taxonomy along with the course outcomes, program outcomes, which NBA has given, they start only after apply, analyze, and evaluate. So anything you design or ask question may not be able to map to PO1, PO2, etc. Generally, course outcomes have an action word and a learning statement. Now, action word is something a teacher what he wants to measure. Okay, so be it application of it or analysis of it, computation of it, design of it, selection of it becomes an action word. And then the learning statement, whichever course you are teaching, the part which is very important for students at the end of the course to learn, or at the end of the section, or at the end of the lecture, which was told in the morning. So be it from thermal energy, or be it from structural analysis, be it from environmental. So learning statements changes basically. But the action words will remain more or less similar. So what you measure becomes very important. So one such example, of course, couple of examples were given in the morning, is for a strength of material course, look at comprehensively the whole syllabus, be it stresses and beams or deflection, etc. What students at the end of the course will be able to do is apply any one of those physics laws of physics, be it Hooke's law or Centunion's principles or whatever is available to them, but find out what is known as stress and deformation, which are typically responses for a material. Now, the materials could be anything. It could be wood, steel, aluminum, anything. So this is how we have to probably design a course outcome, which will be broader in nature, but can be used for any module you will teach. If you start writing course outcome only module wise, one of the problem could be apply and analyze will be keep repeating in every module, which means you are measuring the same skill for different learning statement. Now, if it is okay for you, fine. But otherwise, we would like to look comprehensively what are the skills which people should know at the end of the course, whether that can be measured becomes very important in writing the course outcome. That is the skill. Okay, if you have some courses which are attached as a laboratory courses, so you can actually combine them. So conduct experiments for a similar theory course and prepare laboratory because they will be writing a laboratory report elaborately, open-ended questions, and probably asking viva, etc. So that will come under communication. This will be a modern tool. So this is how PO's course outcomes can be written. Okay. So then they have to be mapped also with 3-1. Substantial. In the morning, it was told by Professor Muthakrishnan that whatever correlation you make 3-1 has to be backed up with your measurement process. So more evidences you collect for that kind of an activity, the correlation becomes better. So 3 and 2. 1 generally does not help, but something is related, you can always show it basically. So I would like to show one simple example, a teacher, how they can actually contribute. So for example, in concrete technology, because I'm a civil engineer, I've taken this example, but very similar to this. You have cement, you have coarse aggregate, you have fine aggregate, jelly, right, sand, and then water, you mix them. But everybody cannot make the same type of concrete unless they know the process of optimization. It's very similar to making a dal. If I give a same ingredient, ask 5 people to make a dal, not everybody can make the same taste. So that is the point. But if you teach that kind of a topic, but if you say students should be able to only understand that particular how to make a dal or how to make a concrete application, and simply say explain how you make a dal, etc. practically, and you map it to PO1, which is actually application. Now evaluators, when they come and if you show this kind of an evidence, because they will be looking at evidence from your course files for at least for about 5 to 6 courses in a quick manner. This is not at all an application, and hence out of 5 marks, hardly 1 or 2 marks you will get it, which is actually becomes a deficiency in terms of your evaluation. So careful. Whereas another teacher who is confident in teaching, involves students in kind of a problem-based learning or multiple activities or through assignments, okay, and define a course outcome little more elaborate and give them an assignment, an open-ended question. Not much of information is given, but they have to indulge everything on their own, let us say, and he has mapped it to, let us say, PO3 design. Student at the end of the course will be able to design concrete mix. So at the end of the course, if they have done it like that, so this maps it to design of a component or a process. So the relation will be much more, better. Evaluators will be tending towards 3 to 4 marks, which is actually your compliance or at least concern. Okay, so this is how evidence becomes very important. So a teacher can make or break your accreditation. So somebody who chooses an earlier example will not be helping you because the attainments will be very high. Whereas somebody who has done like this will at least give you a chance that students are involved in solving complex engineering problems. So COPO mapping will also be looked carefully in this particular criteria. Generally you should be very careful. If apply means you should be looking at apply skill. Don't worry about you can keep them empty, not necessary. So you are still doing something else. For example, design concrete mix application, but you want them to analyze also. So you can write here too, for example. But you want to concentrate only on design. You are going to give them an assignment and or a problem-based learning. So keep it only 3. Collect a lot of evidence. Keep it for a couple of years. On evaluators come. So design skill is given from this particular course. What are the evidences? You can produce those kind of an evidences. So that's how. So a general outcome like this, generally 1 or 2 will be covered with this PO 1 and 2. A general one with respect to open-ended questions, self-study, problem-based learning. You can, apart from this 2 or 3, you can also look at 9, 10, 12 because independently they will doing it. So very carefully, whatever mapping you give, you are liable to be answerable to the evaluators why did it. Unfortunately, when we go, this is the type of example we get. We get that people write about 6 and map it to every outcome and struggle to explain what isolate means. And we ask for a evidence for PO6 because you have mapped it to 3. There is nothing there. They said, sir, I thought it is related. Thinking does not make student to acquire that particular skill. That is the point I'm trying to make. So be careful with that. So teachers can actually go through the complex engineering problem very easy because PPL is a cooperative learning. Okay, basically within a course you can do, and students will be looking at a constant context language. You can actually float a company or whatever may be the defined problem, tell them that these are very useful for your employment and tell them what you are going to evaluate, okay, and give them an example. So the example is in a concrete technology course, which I teach cement aggregate, coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, their characteristics, their properties, everything. Eventually, we make them design an impervious concrete to put it on the roof. So concrete has to be impervious, no water should flow. But there will be situation, let us say something like that, which are shown, where we would like to put a concrete where it allows most of the water for rainwater harvesting or similar, because otherwise a lot of runoffs and floodings are happening in urban areas. Now, this is entirely different what I'm asking. I'm not teaching it, but I'm asking using the fundamental principles, can they design a pervious concrete? So they have to come out with those codes, look at throughout the world or whatever literature, and actually measure them through using monometric equation and show it. So these are called complex activities. Engage them so that your students will be looked into. So I'm sure this kind of a small problems can be designed in your own courses and make them work together, and then measure them directly for whatever PO you want to measure, be it research or be it design of experiments or be it for communication. And you can write the what is expected with respect to exemplary and all. You can use these marks and then actually use it in the PO attainment directly. So this is possible. Many universities do this, and probably more and more such activities are required in India to involve our students in complex activities engineering. So at a department level, of course, you will do well to identify various courses for each of those POs, because at least every PO should have at least 2 to 3 compulsory courses so that all the POs are attained. And also design on different types of direct tool, indirect tool, how you measure them, whether you measure them intermediate or you measure them at the end exam, and so on and so forth. You set a target. This was discussed. Target should have 2 cohort group. One is the percentage of student and what percentage of marks your student should score. In addition to that, course and surveys, etc., are part of your regular feedback process, which will help you. So this will actually cover. So in criteria 3, which is very important, generally programs failed to score good marks here in the last couple of years. Now things have improved. We expect it to furthermore to improve on this, because more and more your teachers start practicing outcome-based education. These things are understood and presented in a systematic manner and articulated properly, and you will be eventually moving towards full accreditation. Okay, so this is what evaluators will be quickly looking at, whether all the courses, all the program outcomes can be covered with various courses. So a quick look will give that. So in addition to that, of course, these attainments have to be done for the purpose of calculating. I'm not spending much time here because Professor Muthukrishnan looked at it. So some kind of a computation which you have to done with respect to whatever target which you have kept, it has to be there. So you should calculate, show it either in an Excel sheet, or some of the people are already using softwares, macros they have created, because first time it is difficult, but subsequently it becomes an automatic process. Not much, because at the end of the semester you put for each student what kind of marks he has scored in each event. So automatically it will be calculated. So all this will be put into macro. So that can come, and each teacher will calculate at the end of the semester this kind of a course attainment for various courses which he has designed, and for which he has mapped it also, which PO he has mapped it. So there are about 18-20 courses like that. You use them for PO attainment. So CO attainment should be done as a constructive alignment. So what course outcome you want to measure, what question you have asked becomes very important. That's what evaluators will be looking at it, and how did they do in terms of calculation. So that becomes course outcome. So similarly, program outcomes. So many such courses put together. Okay, 1, 2, 3, something 20, 30 courses, and explain what are the direct methods, indirect methods you have used them, and some types of computations like this, which are the courses you have used. So concrete technology example, I showed 2 of them attained. So whatever has been mapped has been put here in percentage, or it could be done in a scale of 3 or 5, whatever you want to do. So computations, you keep it for yourself, but should be able to articulate when evaluators come. So all such courses are taken, and then computed with average or weighted average. It's up to you, but be informed that whatever you do, please don't forget that you are computing the learning of the students. Okay, so have a good way of articulating it. So once it comes, this is for direct assessment, and you also have some kind of an indirect assessment. You would have done course and survey, faculty survey, or any other surveys. You can have a different weightages, which has been explained in SAR, if you can use it, and eventually you multiply them and get this attainment. So eventually, what evaluator would like to know. So I would write you have calculated for year 1, year 2, or year 3. Now what next? If that is explained or formulated for continuous improvement, that is done. In this case, let us say 68%. It is a design. Now, does it mean that your students are very bad in design? Now, of course, they have not acquired a full scale here, but they are good in other attributes. So you would quickly look back which are the courses which brought down this kind of an attainment, and where you can fix it. So that becomes your continuous improvement. Okay. So, but unfortunately, when we go, teachers provide this kind of an information, but fail to explain what exactly those represent. So that is what is PO attainment is looked into. So they have to be attainable target, and all POs have to be adequately addressed and articulated. Okay. Sir, can you hear me? Can somebody respond? Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. Okay. I thought I have been lost. Okay. So let me take another 15 minutes, not much time. Please allow me, because these are, things which are very straightforward. NBA wants you to know how your students have performed. But these tables, please download the latest self-assessment report in the website. These are very straightforward. Data is asked, and some examples have also been given, something like that. So simply, we want about 3 years of data. Current academic year is today, and -1, -2, previous 2 years. What are the sanctioned intakes, and how many students joined again is this sanctioned intake? That's what is expected. In many states, students also come for third semester or second year diploma students, lateral entry. And if such thing is permitted, and how many students come with their 10%, 20%, it varies, doesn't matter, whatever state permits, those students are also counted here. So you put them together, your total students will come. The separate division was very rare occurrence, but it was there. AICT permitted for few institutes to float a separate section. So some people took it, that was run in the evening or afternoon and things like that. If you have such separate division, then this will come. Otherwise, generally it won't come. So once you put the data, NBA would like to know how your students have performed in the examination, their success, with some backlog or without backlog within a stipulated period. So that data has to be calculated by the coordinators who do this criteria 4, How does it work? For example, out of these 124 students, 100 are the regular sanctioned students. So only 50 people passed in the first semester, first year. Out of that 50 students, only 45 students passed without any backlog or with backlog. So you have to trace them with respect to their university number. So this 24, only diploma student, only 4. So if you write 45 plus 4, it means these are regular students, these are diploma students. That's what evaluators will understand. So you have to provide some documentation for this particular type of data, basically data. So only data verification will happen quickly. Once it is done, calculation is very simple. Nobody can make a mistake. Even if you make a mistake, evaluator will find out. If evaluators make a mistake, NBA will find out in 4.1 to 4.4, and in the next criteria 5.1 to 5.4. So if your students are more than 90% admitted, let us out of 120, more than 100 students, so you get full marks, and accordingly your score is reduced. We would like to also know how students have successfully graduated. Let us say out of 150 students, only 23 students have passed without any backlog, let us say. So if you take a ratio, you get for 3 years, and average of that will get you a number, success index. If you multiply that success index with respect to the marks allotted, okay, out of the total 40, 25 is given for without backlogs, because we want to see how students are doing without any backlog. So you get the marks itself. In the other case, of course, how many students passed, but they can have one or two backlogs. They might have failed in one or two for whatever reasons, let us say, but they will complete within the 4 years of engineering. So that number will be generally high in most programs. So you are likely to get more marks when you multiply by that particular success index. But weightage is slightly less as compared to without backlogs. So performance, how your students are scoring with respect to university, or in autonomous, the CGPA. In general performance, how is it good? So that is very simple. You just have to take the average and take this success students and divide that by the total number of appeared student, okay, multiply by this average CGPA. Somebody has scored 10, somebody has scored, let us say 5, which is minimum. So average will be wherever it falls, you multiply. So you get some kind of an index which has been calculated, multiply that with 1.5, so something like that. Total students appeared, multiply. So you get the marks here. So very simple, straightforward calculations. You cannot make a mistake here. In addition to that, placement, higher studies, entrepreneurship is there. This is simply final year students. How many of them are recruited in your campus? This data is available in the placement. So write down very clearly and indicate this table, explain it, and this criteria is taken care generally for 40 marks. Earlier, there used to be a criteria for placement, but eventually I think NBA has removed as a fundamental criteria for accreditation. In addition, whatever your students do in terms of professional as a professional bodies, aeronautical or mechanical engineering or civil engineering, what kind of activities they do, if they publish anything, all that, and if they are publishing in magazines or any other thing they write, all that, you collect evidences, keep it and show it in the self-assessment report. If you're encouraging them to participate in nearby institution or institutes of repute, if they have won prizes, very good. Even if they have participated, doesn't matter, show them all that information. So this will be evaluated for about 15 marks, 4.6 criteria. So that's about criteria 4. Now, most important, criteria 5, most evaluators will spend enough time here. And this becomes important because it's kind of a mandatory also. Okay. Sir, can you hear me? I'm audible. Hello.
You're audible, sir.
Hello.
You're audible, sir.
Thank you. I will take another 7 to 8 minutes only. Please bear with me. Okay. So name of the faculty, where they have got degree, which university. So this information is required to ascertain the faculty's presence and whether they are associated with you now, and what is the nature of an association, whether it is regular or contract. So the type of recruitment required and ratios, etc., was told in the morning by Anil Lasa sir. But a computer will calculate automatically in NBA this information. So please fill up this information very carefully and with authenticity of the documents. Once you do that, student faculty ratio is calculated at the department level. Now program level calculation is knocked off. Whatever may be the number of UG programs, whatever may be the number of PG programs you have, we take all the details of that, and we take all the details of the faculty in the department. Who is teaching undergraduate, who is teaching diploma, who is teaching postgraduate is irrelevant now. If they are in the department drawing salary under that particular department, they will be counted for student faculty ratio for the total students present. So same thing has been given an illustration. So these are the total number for UG. There are 2 PGs in this case, let us say, sanctioned intakes, for example. So total 36. So you add all of them, 630, 36, 36. So 702, 720, 720. For corresponding years, there could be teachers maybe leaving, let us say. So attrition could be there. So whatever is there, we need documentation for that. The faculties will be counted here as told by Professor Nassar, Dr. Nassar in the morning. Those who have worked on a regular basis or a contractual basis for continuously 9 months starting from August of this year to April of next year. So they will be counted for student faculty ratio. Others will not be counted for student faculty ratio. Very important, evaluators will be spending a lot of time, in fact, to ascertain this. And you are expected to give the detailed student list for these 3 years and detailed faculty list duly signed by the head of the department or principal, whoever it is, for further documentation and verification. So hence make this available very clearly. So this I will skip regular. The faculty guidelines are already told to you. So accordingly, depending upon how much ratio you have maintained, 20:1 to 25:1, you will get about 20 to 10 marks. But above 25, you are not going to get any marks. So cadre ratio is important. The AICT has prescribed about 1 to 6. So for every 1 professor, you need about 2 associate professor and 6 assistant professor. So generally, cadre ratio is maintained. If it is not maintained, also does not matter. So you need to calculate with respect to the required students in the previous section 5.1, and if you divide by 20, you get the required faculty. However, may be available. So available faculty divided by required faculty will give the ratio. So the point would like to make is, if you do not have any professor, if you do not have any associate professor, your marks will be 0. And in fact, you don't get accreditation. Any other case, generally you will go through, you may get less marks, but probably you are heading towards accreditation. So that is, so at least 1 professor and 1 associate professor is one of the criteria was told. Qualification wise, NBA expects you to be, most of the time only PhDs, or you should head towards that kind of a situation in the longer run. Most premier institutions in this countries do have a minimum entry level. Okay, so that's why if all your teachers are PhD, then you will get full 25 marks. If not, correspondingly, you will get less marks. Retention, how good your institution depends. Also, from last 2 years, how are you maintaining? From last 2 years reference, if more than 90% people are there, then 25 marks, correspondingly, marks will be reduced. So 5.1 to 5.4 are all quantifiable. So you cannot make a mistake. So generally, it is done. From here onwards, you need to articulate. For example, any innovations, etc., done in teaching learning process, whatever has been done in criteria 2, some of them can be repeated with respect to faculty only, not the student. So any individuals have done a good assessment process or instructional methods published in education technology journals or magazines, etc., write them and put them in web and try to write it here, and you can get that additional 5 marks. Faculty participation is almost 15 marks. NBA expects you to continuously engaged in this kind of thing, and in fact, AICT has got floated many such courses and encouraging people to conduct such courses. So what is required here is about at least 50% of the faculty. Let us say you are about 30 faculty, 15 of them should be participating in 1 year without fail. Then you will get a full marks. Remaining 15 can do here. And this 15 can come, not necessarily in that order, but at least any given 15, so that you can get the full marks out of that. Because many managements will say, we don't have money to send all the 30 faculty in all the years. If that is a policy, then at least you can do a smart work, at least 15%. So NBA is reasonable in prescribing only 54% of the required faculty. So research and development easy. Any PhD work done by you or your students who are colleagues will be counted. Any publications you have done will be counted and will be evaluated. Sponsored research, All teachers put together in 3 years, if they accumulate about 20 lakhs in any one of those funding agencies, preferably national agencies, let us say, you get your full marks, otherwise progressively marks will be reduced. Similarly, consultancy, all faculty put together, more than 10 lakhs, full marks, otherwise no. Then any development activities, which was told you yesterday, earlier. In addition, generally, when we go to master the programs, we would like to look how faculties have been appraised. Now, many people can show their own way of appraisal, or if they have simply adopted AICT or UGC, any one of them in their own BOG, Board of Governors or something, show it to them and write a detailed procedure how you do, how appraisal and what kind of format people will fill up. After that, how it will go through. So evaluators, when they come, they would like to look at the reports, performance, and how you have implemented, what kind of carrot and stick policy you adopted. But please do not write if you have punished anybody in the SAR, it is not required. But when evaluators would like to know, a confidential report, the head of the department or the head of the institution can show in a simple way. Okay. Now, visiting on faculty, though it was told in the morning, it is encouraged, but they should be teaching about 50 hours in any one particular topic is ideal. For example, sustainable development is the order of the day. If somebody comes and teaches, even in an assorted manner, but a particular topic, but about 50 hours in a semester is most welcome, and the similar document evidence is required. So this is about criteria 5, very important. So you have to fill up very carefully and keep the documents very carefully, because if you do not score 40% of the marks here, 40% out of 200 means about 80 marks out of 200, you will not get accreditation. I repeat, this will be the primary condition even for tier 2 institution to get 3 years. So hence be careful with the criteria 5. Criteria 6 is very simple. I will not spend much time on this because NBA has given us neat tables. Just simply put what all facilities you have and why, what are the technical specification, and evaluators will be looking at 6.1, what kind of faculty or sorry, technical staff you have and how are they qualified. So corresponding details have to be provided. What additional facilities you are creating over a period of time has to be listed here, and you should make a note in a simple bullet points, how are they related and which POs they are likely to help in achieving for the program, for the students of your program. And general maintenance of the laboratory safety measures is absolutely necessary. In addition, NB also would like to look if it is only undergraduate institutions, whether they have created a project laboratory for the benefit of students to work on complex engineering problems or laboratories or even any projects which they would like to do. That is about 25 marks, so be careful. In addition, actions taken by the faculty. See, it's not that we are doing a good work. It is not sufficient to believe that we are doing good work. If some auditing is done from outside, that will be very useful. So academic audit, if you subject and if you implement, etc., that will be helpful. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is criteria 7, continuous improvement. This was already explained by Professor Muthukrishnan sir very beautifully. So we will be looking at the process. So generally, this information comes from criteria 3. If you are meticulous in criteria 2 and 3, criteria 7 will emerge automatically and in a systematic manner. Evaluators generally would first look at current academic -1 and see what all you have done, what target you kept, whether you attained, what observation, something action you specified. Then they will come to the next year and see how you have performed in that particular year. Something has happened, whether you have followed, etc. So that is your continuous improvement follow. Now, most people try to please here, writing everything is done. Please don't do that. Process is more important here. Even if you do not achieve, doesn't matter. But process, NBA is more of process oriented. Okay. So in teaching learning process, nothing comes just like that. So one has to have a persistence in getting the required results over a period of time. So we would like to see whether programs and institutes are quality conscious. So that's about criteria 7. Here, academic audit, which I was explaining, what you do has to be subjected to some kind of an external auditing that will help. So 7.3 and next 7.4 are only the data which has come. You have to simply put it, this will come straight away from 4.4. This will come from your admission section initially. So what kind of quality of students, whether percentage has increased, etc. So your state related rankings will become more important here, and what kind of admission you do. So criteria 8 is straightforward because simply first year academics has been trying to be captured here, but the criteria kept are simple from criteria 1 to 7 in sub-criteria of 8.1. So as you can see, student faculty ratio, qualification of the faculty, only first year faculty, those who are teaching for physics, chemistry, maths, or any other humanities, physical education, or computer science for teaching first year, mechanical teaching first year, if you are showing them that, so only those faculty will come here. Chairman of the evaluation committee will be evaluating criteria 8. So same first year academic performance, only the first year student, irrespective of the branch. Generally, first year is a common branch. All the data, either dean first year or a coordinator or a dean academics, have to do it commonly for the institution. And the same data will go to all programs. So 7, 8, 9, 10, it is a common preparation at institute level, and that will be appended to the self-assessment report for all the other programs. So maybe you have got 5 program, 10 program, and so on. So the same thing has been shown here. So it is straightforward. It simply repeats the process of 1 to 7 what we saw. Okay. Then 9 is simply the student support system. What kind of proctoring system you have? What kind of feedback you do? So simply write down your feedback system, what you are doing, how frequently you collect, what is it done later. So have evidences ready for the chairman sir to come and look at it when they visit. Whatever feedback on the facilities and what kind of facilities you have created, you just mention them during their visit. They will actually go and verify how effectively they are functioning. So this is 9.4. Placement and training. Generally, most institute keep it very clearly nowadays. So absolutely no issues. We have good experience there. Entrepreneurship is required nowadays because India wants more and more entrepreneurs. So any work it has been done in this direction is most welcome to get about 5 marks. More importantly, NBA also does not want to leave co-curricular activities of students if we can map it, and any activities your students do. So bring in and present it. So you are likely to get. So in fact, ACT has also said some activity points have to be done. So probably you can start mapping those activities here in 9.7. Lastly, but not the least, NBA would like to know through the chairman of the committee how good you are organized, how good you are governing, and are you transparent. Okay, so state vision statement, and how many times, what is your governing council consists of? Is it only a family affair, or it is well represented by the who is who of the academic luminaries? So whether they are there, obviously things will be all right. Let us say what kind of rules, policies, procedures you follow, if they follow, or they are available to everybody. So all these will be, you have to write, but evaluation will happen through evidence. People, chairman sir will be talking to many people, collecting information and making the decisions. How much decentralized you are becomes very important. Of course, for government institutions or government aided institutions, universities, etc., it becomes very straightforward because universities, government have got a very well set formulations. Becomes very easy because they just have to produce that kind of a situation. But for private, it becomes some kind of a challenge. If you don't have, probably you have to make it. So decentralization, how much a HOD can spend, how much a principal can spend, or a director can spend. So financial powers, delegation of powers. And whatever you do, are they available in the web or available to the people to look at it? Are they open documents or they are in a closed door? Becomes very important for assessment. Nobody will comment on your policies, etc. when evaluators come, including sir, but they have to be there. In addition, budget allocation, very important. NBA would like to know where is your income coming, how much you are spending, or you spending on the academic process. So that will come into a picture, how adequately it is there, how you have utilized it, because if you are accumulating wealth, then obviously quality suffers. Okay. So that is the idea. So the same thing is done at the program level. So these are all straightforward data which you have to provide, collecting from the institute level. That's what it will be evaluated. Lastly, but more important, library and internet connections. So now pandemic has taught us how important is bandwidth of an internet. So all that will be verified. Of course, if we have AICT zero deficiency report, this is more or less evaluation is done by the chairman, sir. So this is the 10 criteria, very important. So I have tried my level best to go through from 1 to 10 through sub criteria, giving you the sub criteria, what is expected from you, what you can write briefly, and collect evidence and keep it for evaluation when people come based on the expectations. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm sure we have crossed our time well above, but I was given this much time. Thank you very much. Sir, can you hear me? I'm stopped. Sorry, I have to hurry up a bit because it's already late for lunch.
It is indeed our great pleasure to hear you. You are very, in a brief and a very short span of time, you have given a basic primary introductory part, and in detail you have said about the 10 criteria as laid down, and detail about that, how one can meet and assess at their own level so that we can to upload the SAR. Without taking much of your time, I would like to move on to question answer sessions. If somebody from NBA, Nasaji or anybody else, they want to conduct the question answer session, it will be great, or we will be continuing. So we are making for the participants, sir, we are making everybody on mute and request all participants, please don't utter a single word unless he is intending to ask any questions. So all participants are being unmuted. One information for participants, we have shared the feedback link in the chat box. All participants are necessarily required to fill the feedback form if they want e-certificates, failing which they may not be eligible for e-certificates. The feedback form will be active till 15 minutes after closing of the session. So over to the question answer session.
Hello,
please.
Sir. Hello.
May I ask question?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, sir. Shahnaz Ayub here from BIT Jhansi. My question is to maybe to Murthu Krishnan sir, or maybe anybody can give the answer. Suppose if I take the question in question paper, like explain the functioning of PN diode in different biasing conditions, and it is as per the level of Bloom's taxonomy, it is at level understanding. But when we see the POs, none of the PO is at 1 or 2 Bloom's taxonomy level. They all starts from apply, analyze, and all kind of thing. So this type of questions, even they can be mapped to COs, but these COs cannot be mapped further to POs. Then how to do this particular? Because there is no scope for such type of questions, and we cannot map such type of COs also to POs. So how to overcome with this? Because Muthu Krishnan sir has explained this also with one example, but then I don't see the mapping of that particular thing with POs.
Dr. Shahnaz, what is your question?
My question is that whether we should avoid putting such questions in question papers, or if these questions are there, then how these COs are related to POs.
Okay.
Sir, you would like to answer?
Yeah, I'll attempt a short answer. Your question says extend something, which means probably going a little bit beyond what has been taught in the course or in the curriculum. All right. So since you're expecting the students to bring something over and above or beyond what was covered in that particular course, it may be considered to be a little out of syllabus, to quote the conventional word question. However, you can give them as, normally you design the question paper for something like 120 marks and students can get up to 100. I remember when I was in college, I had a maths paper which had 130 marks, but only we were required to answer 100. and some of us, including me, got 110 or 120, something like that. So therefore, you can give these questions, even though they are not directly in consonance with the course outcome or the course content. You can give these questions at sufficient Bloom's taxonomy level and give them what is called extra credit. All right. And you could definitely use these questions in assignments, in quizzes and so on, or in homework and things like that. So I think your suggestion is a good one, but you have to apply it with some care, because students need to have the opportunity to encounter some experience with these type of questions before you can actually include them in the in the exams that count. That will be my short answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I,
Thank you,
sir,
sir.
can I add with your permission?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, this is there throughout the India. See, look, all students have to solve complex engineering problem, but if you start giving final evaluation for 100 marks, only complex engineering problem, probably results are a serious issue at most of the university level.
Yes.
The IITs, NITs are a different breed and different, etc. So at university level, these are the issue, and hence how people solve here is out of the, let us say, 100 marks, some 20, 30, they will define at institute level, will be this remember or, understanding level of question. Nothing wrong in questions. They are important for teachers to understand whether students have learned or not, because they have delivered, whether they have understood or not is part of the OBE. Now, the second part of your question, as you rightly put it, can I map it to PO1? Can I map it to PO2? That questions cannot be mapped to PO1, PO2. The questions which are very relevant to PO1, PO2 only have to be mapped. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next question. Over to the audience, participants.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Karthikeya from School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, sir. Sir, my question is like for engineering, it is defined 12 POs are there. For MBA, some clarity is not there whether we are going to go ahead with those 12 POs, program outcomes, and PEOs. As we are an affiliated college, so are these things going to be provided by the affiliating university, or do we have to devise our own POs as well as PEOs?
Sir, Nasa sir would like to answer.
Yeah. If you see our website and see the performa for postgraduate program in management, you will find in that self-assessment report, the POs are defined, as has been done for engineering, because this workshop was mainly for engineering. So you have to see for management as well as pharmacy, they are all given in the self-assessment report. Kindly go through it. Still, if you have any issues, you can write a mail to us. We will definitely respond it back. But it is available in our self-assessment report, all the POs. In engineering, it is available for engineering, for management and pharmacy. All POs are defined in the respective manuals.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next,
Hello,
sir.
sir. Hello.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. This is Siddharth Jain from Kite Group of Institutions, Ghaziabad. My question is from NASA, sir. Sir, like considering this pandemic time, so is that we are expecting or we are hope to expect this NBA visit going online also?
We have discussed this issue in our board meeting, and we are trying to have a blended mode. And maybe one pilot visit is going to take place very soon in 2-3 weeks time. We are continuously working on that, because we spoke to our evaluators. They were not yet ready to go for that, but completely online we are not in favor. And even in the Washington Accord meeting also it was discussed. So online accreditation is not wanted there, because we are also a Washington Accord member. We have to keep those protocols. But we are definitely looking for a blended mode. We will have all the experts on online basis. Maybe some 1 or 2 facilitators, they may visit from the nearby place, which they can go on a motorable distance. So we are trying our level best to have one first prototype visit. Once if it is successful, then definitely we will start our work, and we'll get it the formal approval from our board to go through the changed procedure. Let's hope for the best and see the result of the board prototype visit. We are already
Okay,
working.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, sir. May I allow to ask a question, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, SPIU UP, for organizing such a excellent and informative session. I am Gaurav Agarwal from Rajkumar Goel Institute of Technology. So my question is related to that CO target and PO target. Once I will take articulate the CO-PO matrix, if I'm taking the column-wise average, then that average can be considered as a PO target, sir.
Okay. When you say column-wise average, what do you mean actually?
Sir, when we articulate the CO-PO mapping of all the available subjects of a particular program, then if I'm taking all the averages of all the subjects from CO1 of the first subject and CO5 of the last subject, for an example, then that average can be considered as the PO target.
Well, that's one way of arriving at a target number. But then you see, if the articulation matrix gives the connection value between a CO and a PO. So averaging those values has no connection or no relationship with the target choice. Target choice must be done on the basis of weighted CO calculation and the weighted sum averaged over the CO, over the particular PO. Now, once you do that calculation of PO and look at it, one thing you can do is relatively which POs are being addressed adequately, which POs are not being addressed adequately. Because every PO is in a scale of 1 to 3 or 0 to 3, let us say. So those POs which are closer to 3, 2.x, something like that, are better than those which are 1.x and so on. So that much of a inference we can draw. But averaging column-wise from the articulation matrix, I don't see any purpose or meaning in doing that way.
Thank you, sir. Can all the POs having the same target? Is it possible, sir?
Not required, not necessary. Because it's like saying should a student get A grade in every subject to qualify for the degree? Not required. So there is always this criteria of a minimum level, which can be different for different POs. For example, if you're looking at first year courses, they may not touch much upon, let us say, something like ethics or society and communicate and so on, some factors. So depending on the target must be set on depending on the relative weightage given to it in the curriculum, somewhat. Not everything is emphasized to the same extent in the curriculum,
Right, sir. So my next point is in criterion 3, they have mentioned that 70% is given to the external marks and 30% to the internal marks. So it is compulsory all the time to give more weightage to the external marks, or can we do the vice versa of it?
No, you can give weightage to the external marks provided you have the breakup with respect to COs. You see, if you don't have the breakup with respect to COs in the external exam, if there are only questions and marks, either you have to, first of all, you don't get the individual question marks in the external exam. You get only the total generally. Therefore, there is a lack of detail in the university or external examination. So giving it a high weightage is not really justified in terms of calculating CO attainment or PO, and from CO attainment, the PO attainment. However, what you can do is, in the absence of detail, you can give it. You can give every CO is some kind of a uniform first order approximation. No? Every CO carries an equal amount of weight in the university exam, and on that basis proceed to do. So this will be an approximate calculation. Yeah, Professor Rangnath wants to say something more.
Yes, sir. This is what we have observed is from university to university, it has been changing. So probably what Mr. Gaurav wanted to know is, let us say 30% internal marks weightage is given by the university and 70% for the final exam. So in NBA Tier 2, we have said 80-20. See, look, Gaurav, that is only an indicative. Weightage is something based on the type of activities you do, how much importance you give, you can actually change. What Professor was trying to tell you is, final exam, if somebody else is setting a question paper, you have no control about it. But within this 30 marks, you are doing an excellent constructive alignment of your course outcomes, assessment, etc. You can change the weightage. You can give 50 and 50 to the final exam. Okay. In few cases, it is straightforward. For example, in Karnataka, Vishweshwara Technological University, more or less 50-50, let us say. So straight away, we give 50 to internal marks and 50 to the external marks. So weightage is something which you can decide, but articulate why you have given more weight, because you have got more outcome-based education practice and evidences are available for you. That's the point I wanted to add.
Thank you, sir. And sir, my last request is NBA website is not updated. These presentations are not available so that we can go through it and we can prepare ourselves for filing an ESAR and to get an updated knowledge on it. So it's my humble request, if possible, kindly to update the websites so that we will get the required information on time, sir. It's my humble request, please.
These online have not been put on the website. Definitely it will be there on Monday.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So it is already 2:20. I request Nasaji, if you like to continue, no problem. Or
hello, I ask the question.
There are any questions? Yeah.
Hello, shall I ask the question?
Yeah.
Yes,
hello?
yes. Yes. Please ask the question.
Hello.
Yeah. My question is that if one subject is common in different branches, like digital logic design is common in computer science branches as well as in electronics branches. So whether the CO statement should be same for both branches?
Okay, if the course description is identical but with different numbers, then I think course outcomes must be in common. However, if the course has been specialized to a particular, for example, we teach programming for several at the higher level, not in the first year common course, but at the higher level for several disciplines, but they bring different emphasis. So if you look at the contents, there would be a different kind of emphasis on different aspects or different parts of the content. In those cases, the course outcomes have to be written unique to that particular course. So there is no general answer. If it's an identical course offered to two or more branches, they will have the same course outcome.
Sir, one more question. Is there any minimum number of course outcome is defined? That we can fix that, or it is 5 that minimum course outcome?
Number of course outcomes?
Is there a minimum that you can fix that 5 only? We can have the 3.
No, generally about 4, 5 outcomes, 6 outcomes are written. If you write very few outcomes, like only 3 or something like that, the grain of each outcome will be quite large, and therefore the distributing the teaching and learning and assessment will become more complex. See, if I have a very large grain course outcome, one question will not do proper justice to it. So I can't say it is for CO1. So you have to balance it. Generally, about 5 outcomes are written for a course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question, please, if you allow, sir, please.
Sir, we are already running out of time.
Sir, just one question, if you please allow me, please.
One humble request to everybody. Even if your questions are not clear today, please write your questions to us. We'll arrange the answer in a very systematic manner and we'll communicate everybody. Excel sheet we are having. Not only that, we'll display answer of all those questions if it is received by us in next 48 hours by at our mail at AKTU website. We'll request the Vice Chancellor. Anyway, you can continue. If Nasaji permits, you can continue.
Let them. Okay. Last question is now.
Thank you, sir. So my point is, as PSOs are there for the particular programs, and for the first year, is it mandatory to map the PSOs with the subjects they are dealing in the first year?
No, generally PSOs are specific to a program. In the first year is a common courses which you are taught, okay? So generally they don't represent, but for example, let us say electrical engineering course is taught, and that is contributing to some of the courses which will eventually do that, maybe that course, but not all courses, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I once again convey, whoever have any other questions, please write in the chat box or send by mail to SPIU in next 48 hours. We'll collect the common questions, prepare the answer through the experts in consultation with the today's experts and some other experts as well, and make them available on AKTU website. Over to Nasaji.
Dr. Anil Kumar, this is one of the very, very interesting interactive session. So
thank you very much, sir. It's indeed our great pleasure to hear from you.
They're asking some very important, relevant, interesting questions. So.
Good questions.
Nasa Sahab?
Yes.
Please complete the formalities of the vote of thanks, and then after I will take 30 seconds on our behalf to give vote of thanks to the experts. And then
thank you very much, Dr. Anil Kumarji. I have seen very good interest, keen interest being taken by the faculty members, the participants here. And I'm extremely and highly delighted today to see the interest of the faculty members. As I was telling in the morning, it is basically the faculty who drives the technical education system, who drives the quality of the technical education. And today I'm extremely happy the kind of the engagement they had with the experts and the kind of interaction going on. It is really encouraging for me, and whenever needed, we can organize such workshops whenever required. We will be in constant touch with the technical university Vice Chancellor sir and Pro Vice Chancellor sir. Thanks. I thank all the faculty members who have participated and wish more and more such participation in the forthcoming webinars also. So in the nutshell, but I just want to share one more thing which I have noticed, particularly in the state of Uttar Pradesh. I would just like to highlight that before I propose a vote of thanks. I have seen so much of migration of faculty from one institution to another institution in a very short span. So this is hampering the activity in complete the state. So we in a state have to
open to हो गया chat box में यार दिख नहीं रहा अभी
please mute everybody except the speaker.
I'll request all the institutions, all the faculty members to kindly stay for some time in one institution, but for the sake of very marginal money or all that, don't share until unless you have some big reasons to leave that. So I request all the faculty members to be active in their respective institutions, to create a big name for their institutions. So much of migration from one institution to the institution, another institution is not required. It is going definitely hampering the image of the state also. So I request each and every one of the faculty members, faculty retention has to be increased in the state of Uttar Pradesh. I request, urge everybody in the state of Uttar Pradesh, because I have been receiving so much of representations, and then in the NIRF also I have analyzed what is the reason why institutions from Uttar Pradesh are not here. So that faculty retention is one of the issues. So I'll request all good institutions and those who are coming up and excelling in their field to kindly retain the faculty members and urge faculty member to be there for quite some time, see that Whenever better prospects come, nobody is going to ask you to leave. Whenever better prospects you want to leave, that is a different issue. But for some petty matters, I would request kindly ignore that and start working with the institution's management, have a beautiful dialogue with them, and try to improve the academic standards in the institution itself. So with these words, I thank each and every participant, faculty members, management representatives, and heads of the institutions who have listened to us on Saturday, which is a holiday. It's a very difficult time. You was always on the other side of the table, but now today it was only a listening, which is very difficult for a teacher. It's only the teacher only speaks and the students listen. So I'm thankful to each and every faculty members, and I'm thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Technical University, Pathak ji, and Professor Vinay Kansal ji for giving NBA an opportunity to interact with so many faculty members at one go. So I'm thankful to Vinay ji is here, and Professor Pathak ji is not feeling well. Convey my regards to him, and we wish him speedy recovery. And I'm thankful to him and the entire team of the Technical University of Uttar Pradesh. And I'm thankful to Dr. Anil Kumar from SPIU, is my old friend and who has worked day and night to make this event a success. And I'm thankful to our Honorable Chairman, Professor K.K. Agrawal ji, Professor C.R. Muthukrishnan ji, and Professor Rangnath ji for giving quite a good interactive, having quite interactive session with these participants. And I'm thankful to my NBA team also for making this event successful. Thanks one and all. And if I miss anybody, my special thanks to AKTU team and SPIU team, whole team, for working day and night to make this event a success. Thank you very much. Yeah, Vineet ji, you want to say something? Yeah. विनीत जी आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. We are not able to hear you. Anil ji, can you unmute Vineet ji?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I am now allowed to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, in fact, I would like to sincerely acknowledge and thanks not for the saying thanks for the sake of thanks, but from the bottom of my heart, thanks NASA sir, because your presence made a very, very significant impact to the entire ecosystem of Uttar Pradesh, and all the institutions who are in a competitive mode, but somehow due to pandemic are on a backstage. It would be a good impetus and working sincerely. You can see the query anxiety, you have acknowledged it, and I'm sure with such a competitive environment, people are not thinking it's something untouchable. And the sincere institutions and the people and the faculty members now really understand this is something which is doable, and this is a need of time and everybody has to do it. And there is no other way, and there is no shortcut of doing it also. And so it is a continuous, sincere, sustainable efforts which would make us a winner. And with your support and guidance, your presence made a significant impact. Professor Rangnath ko I have already heard once. I had an opportunity to heard in Delhi, a refresher course of evaluators. I heard it. It was a wonderful speaker. And Professor Muthukrishnan, veteran professor, I had an opportunity to hear it first time today. And thank you so much for NBA team for such an initiative. So from AKTU side, from SPU side, from Uttar Pradesh side, from Shashan side, from all sides, we acknowledge you and extend our sincere thanks to all of you, sir.
Yeah, my thanks to even state government also, and especially Chaudhary sir, he came and enlightened us, and he also extended full support of the state government to us. One of the faculty member, based on my comment, is writing we have to see the other reasons of faculty leaving from one institution to the another. But yeah, that's what I told you. You should have a beautiful dialogue with the management. There may be some reasons I don't know, and I don't want to. That's not our prerogative. But this is hampering the activity in the ranking, also in the accreditation. Also, I want you people to resolve yourself, because I don't deal with the administration of any institutions. My work is either to rank you or to accredit you, or not ranked or not accredit. So it's better you resolve your issues with the management and see that retention is good in most of the institutions. That was my purpose of saying that, because I am not the administrator here. I am only a facilitator for you to help in getting accreditation and getting in the NIRF ranking. With these remarks, I thank one and all in this workshop, and thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar ji and Vineet ji and the Professor Vinay Pathak sir for giving us an opportunity to interact with these students. Thank you very much with the faculty members and the management representatives.
Thank you very much, sir. I will take only half minutes to express my heartful thanks to the entire team of NBA led by Professor Agrawal sir, who has been elderly and he's a great visionary, and Dr. Anil Kumar Nasaji, who has taken forward the NBA coming out from Delhi in a virtual mode to the door of the institutions. AKTU has also come forward. We are also there. We assure you that we will do everything possible where the accreditation can become a movement in Uttar Pradesh. And in very short span of time, with your support and guidance, we'll make it a reality. And I express my heartful thanks. Though AKTU has been the host, but still I express my heartful thanks to Vineet Kansalji and Vice Chancellor Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, who has been always with us in carrying forward the mandate of quality. With these few words, we express our heartful thanks to one and all, and requesting my team, particularly, who also deserve very much thanks, Mr. Dr. Mahabir Singh Naruka, the Nodal Officer, Mr. Vineet Surana, who have been constantly for last 2 days working on minor details to make it the reality, and the person behind the scene from NBA, the elderly Atma Ramji, who has been always there.
He is not elderly. He is 76-year-old young. I call myself a 55.
Great.
He is 75, 76.
I salute him. Daily 10-20 calls he's making to me. Because we have been old friends, so I won't mind, and in a very positive manner we have been working together, make it a success. I will request my colleague Mr. Vineet Surana to play the national song. Vineet Surana ji.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I will request the participants, those who have not filled up the feedback form, please fill up in 15 minutes time only. It will be remain active for 15 minutes only. Otherwise, it may not be entitled for the certification in form of e-certificates. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks everyone. Bye bye.
अनिल आशा जी नमस्कार, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Bye.